vinira chechemekwe yango sendezi mwakile kuzima sana ya vinira chechemekwe yango sendezi mwakile kuzima sana ya vinira chechemekwe Bageri. Yango
Never, never ever could I ever thought that menstruation will be an issue to be discussed by men, or an issue that includes men, until I read the first 3 letters on the word menstruation and said, man, yes, menstruation doesn't include men. Yet we are strong enough to fight enemies, but so weak enough to fight stigma, stable enough to book 5-star hotels, cancel flight tickets, put phone on flight mode. We men are capable of doing more superhero activities. But getting a packet of pads is where we draw the line, really. Yes. Menstruation doesn't include men. I'll catch a grenade for you, jump out of the train for you, face all the pain for you, but had to get a packet of tampon for you. You see, we can't speak of the future if you keep lacking in the past, body shaming our past. When I was a child, I once asked my father where I came from. He told me, go ask your mother. Asked my mother. She said, you're a blessing from God and don't ask much, father, because you look more like your father than how you look like me. I am a woman. You are a man. You see, my father couldn't explain much further. You see, men can't understand women's body if secrets are kept much further. You see, a womb can carry any gender, color, make you flawless with no makeup and brushes, no foundation, and that makes a woman's body godly. You see, this blood that flows is not in vain. This means let's not be ashamed of where we came from. There's nothing disgusting or shameful in the process of clearing the path for the next great generation, because this womb has carried mono and twins, kings and queens. This womb has carried great men and women. Yes, this womb is carrying, will carry lots of lives, no negative vibes. This womb is preparing itself for the next mathematician, engineer, philosopher. This womb is carrying the forefathers of Einstein, Nikola Tesla, Barack Obama, Mandela, teardrops, and others. This womb will carry the next philosopher, next invention and technology. The only thing that can connect us to the core of this world is the umbilical cord. The only thing that connects us to where we are from is the womb. So let the womb be. So let's appreciate it by what it's giving us, and let's dispose it in the right manner, because the womb will keep on cleansing itself. And like the womb, each and every month, let us reinvent ourselves. Let us be strong enough not to body shame, strong enough to unlearn and educate ourselves. Let's cancel the part that says menstruation is only a woman's duty. Men are capable of doing more superhero things. Stop body shaming. This is where the line needs to be.
Thank you, Teardrops from Kenya. That was a fantastic way to kick off this plenary session. Good afternoon, honored guests, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Stephanie Ndlovu, and yes, this is the last day of the Africa Coalition Symposium on Menstrual Health 2021. Wow, I'm sure you'll agree that this has been an amazing event. So many fresh perspectives, so much insight, and there's a full day of proceedings to go. Now, make sure you make yourself comfortable, because we're going to dive right in with our first plenary session, the next steps taking high impact practices to scale through innovation and sustainable financing. Please welcome your moderator for the session, Natasha Mwansa, a menstrual health youth advocate from Zambia. Natasha, over to you.
Thank you so much. It is such an honor to be a part of this symposium today, and it is both heartbreaking and also quite exciting to know that we're wrapping up today with quite amazing sessions. Now, as it has already been introduced, this is going to be our first session for today, and we're going to be looking at high impact innovation that has been done by amazing individuals on improving menstrual health and hygiene for different girls around the region. So, as it has already been mentioned, my name is Natasha Mwanser, and I am the Executive Director and founder of the Natasha Mwansa Foundation. I'll be a moderator for this session, and it is such an honor to be here. And I'd just love to kickstart um, by mentioning that the
My name is Jamila Mayanja. I'm the founder and team lead of Smart Girls Foundation Uganda, an organization that empowers and mentors young women and girls. In 2012, I met a few girls when we were doing mentorships in rural areas who are staying out of school because of their messes, because of menstrual poverty. They couldn't afford cloth pads to use when they were in their messes, and this led them to stay out of school 5 to 8 days. I was bothered by that, so I started organizing an event called the Father-Daughter Dance at Serena, where I would have young people come with their fathers and enjoy, but the aim was to fundraise for money to buy reusable pads that were given to these young people. We were successful and were able to do this event for 3 years, and were able to give out over 10,000 pads. But after 2 years, we noticed when we went back, the same girls that we had given these reusable pads were still out of school. And this was the reason that by the time this girl can't afford a cloth pad, she couldn't afford as simple as a bag to carry this cloth pad. And by the time they were inconvenienced to carry the cloth pad, to take it to school, where they also didn't access wash facilities to wash them, really made them stay at home to use the cloth pads from home. So this made me think on a way on how better could I make these girls more convenient and more privately and confidently be able to use the cloth pads, those the reusable pads that we've provided to them, so that they are able to stay in school nevertheless with what we've given them. So I came up with a smart bag that could be able to help them carry their unused reusable pads. And also, if they are to get to school and they can't access wash facilities, or they can't access water, or they don't have time to wash those cloth pads, they can be able, still in that same bag, be able to carry back those reusable pads so that they can conveniently use them from home. So this led to the development of this bag. With the first prototype we developed was just Kitengi. This cloth, it was really a cloth bag too, where they're able to carry these reusable pads. So we noticed, when Uganda being a beautiful country, it has heavy rainy seasons. Whenever they would carry these bags during the rainy season, they would get wet. So with my team, we ended up recycling. We thought of recycling plastic so that we can make a waterproof bag. Because they're carrying in cloth pads, it had to be waterproof. We noticed these girls were behind schoolwork because they didn't access electricity at home. When they were done with their housework, they didn't have light to read their books. If they had the light, it was quite limited. This led us to also innovate the other bag, which is the recycled solar smart bag. And the bag would still have the same functionalities like the recycled smart bag, where they would be able to carry their unused reusable pads, their soiled pads, but also with it, it has a solar panel that charges a light that when they get home after their housework, they're able to use this light to read their books. But the beauty was, with this light, they also used it at night when they're going to change their reusable pads during the night, because most of them, their wash facilities are detached from their houses. So the light is also helping them in walking at night, or even going very early in the morning when they're going to school. It gives them that sense of protection and that sense of movement and trust to be able to go to school or even use their reusable pads at night. When we first launched this product, we won a challenge on Open Idea where UNFPA Innovation gave us a grant to release out over 5,000 bags. We've been able to help over 5,000 girls with our first prototype. That prototype helped us release this second prototype. With this second prototype, we've been able to reach more 10,000 girls. But in particular with the Solar Smart Bag, since it has been our new innovation this year, we've been able to reach over 1,500 refugee girls in one of our biggest refuges in Uganda, Chakatu, where we've lighted refugees at home, but also kept them in school during their messes. This is our recycled smart bag. And why we call it the recycled smart bag, we recycle plastic that we get from the slum areas of Uganda, that we fuse into material to make the bag waterproof. So this is really waterproof. When it's raining, the water can't pass through because this is all plastic bags that we've fused together to make the bag waterproof. It comes with a compartment where the girls can carry their unused reusable pads. The girls can carry 4 of their pads. And when we're giving out the bags, we put 2 reusable pads. When they get to school and they've used a pad, they fold it in here and it's soiled that carries, and there's a compartment where they can carry their unsoiled bag. The bag, of course, comes with a compartment that carries their books. So when they carry the bag, nobody can tell they're actually carrying their unused or reused pads. This is our recycled solar smart bag, which we embed in. We recycle plastic PVC, and with this plastic PVC, one of it is just up to cover the solar panel. This comes with a smaller solar panel to make it safe with the rain and a lot of heat. Inside it also has in this PVC so that it's waterproof. We make this on top with kitengi to make them different, so that the girls can differentiate their bags. It also comes with a compartment where the girls can be able to put their unused reusable pads. So it also comes with a pouch where the girls can put their soiled pads. This solar panel, when they leave at early in the morning, it charges a light. When they're moving, they attach it to the wire so that they can be able to charge this light. When they get back home to school, this light will be fully charged, and they remove it to the wire so that they can hook it anywhere, either the toilet or their bedrooms or the sitting room, so that they are able to read their books. They are able to use it with anything they need to use it for. My final word is for partners, supporters, well-wishers to come and work with us so that we can be able to reach more than 1 million girls each year with a smart bag. To every month a girl gets into her period, and each girl does not have access to reusable pads. Even if you give them reusable pads, they need a sense of confidence, privacy, convenience to actually use these reusable pads at school and at home. These bags have created a new way in keeping girls in school during their messes. You can join me in making sure we reach 1 million girls by either buying a bag or by supporting a girl to have one of these bags.
If it's a big phone, it can do it. I don't think it should be a problem.
Wow. Wow, that was absolutely amazing. And Jamila is quite inspiring. So I'm just going to read a little bit about Jamila and her startup. So she said the smart bags for girls in Uganda, and they provide comprehensive menstrual hygiene and health kits and backpackers rather, with educational programming designed with and for girls in Uganda. Now, age 17 years old is there that miss up to even 8 days of school simply because of their menstruation periods. And so a smart backpack consists of a backpack and a pair of usable sanitary pads and a menstrual bag sewing kit, as well as a menstrual health management and information booklet. So in 2019 alone, they were able to produce 5,800 37 bags that were distributed to young girls in 18 districts located in rural, eastern, and central regions of Uganda. And during this period, their distribution activities costed a total of about $15,000, which was given to them as a grant in 2018 by UNFPA, and that benefited 6,347 people. And with the feedback and guidance from UNFPA, Smart Girls Foundation has launched a new and improved smart bag that is now that is made out of recycled plastic material rather, and has a solar kit installed in it, and it is able to help girls, as you have already heard in the video, to even just study at night in rural areas where they may not have access to electricity. So now I'm just going to go to you, Jamila, and I'm just going to ask you a very simple question, and yet I know that your answer is going to be very enlightening for each and every one of us. Firstly, congratulations on high impact innovation, and thank you so much for all that you're doing for Ugandan girls out there. It's really inspiring.
Thank you so much, Natasha. I'm glad to be doing this. It's my passion to be doing it.
And then secondly, my question. Wonderful. And my question for you is this, and I'm sure everyone else would love to know this. How has COVID-19 impacted your project or enterprise rather, and how do you navigate that?
COVID, of course, was quite a huge impact to our project. We ended up losing quite a number of capital because we employ young women from the slum areas who make these bags. So during lockdown, they had no access to food, they had no access to material. So we used some of our capital to try and have them have a sustainable living. And then we had, because of the lockdown, we couldn't reach our beneficiaries. So distribution was really hard. It was really hard to get to them. And then, of course, our raw material, because like the solar bags we get, the solar panels we get from China. So it was hard to get raw material. But we've been able to mitigate them by creating partnerships in some of the areas of Kampala, in rural and areas in Uganda. And also we had to partner with a few people like Reform Africa, like a number of partners, Finchurch Aid, try and reach the beneficiaries and be able to also access raw material locally. And also we have a number of girls where now we are empowering through our Girls with Tools at our center to be able to start assembling solar, so that later we don't have to buy solar from China, but we are actually assembling our own solar here in Uganda.
Wonderful. That is quite innovative, and it's just amazing that you're able to navigate around those challenges. And one key thing that I got from that is partnership. Partnership during these times are very important, especially in a local setup. And my final question for you at this moment is, what support do innovators like you, perhaps in Uganda or any other countries, what support do they need to actually scale up their innovations and projects at this moment?
Thank you. Scaling social, like as social innovators, is really important because we need capacity building to understand the ecosystems in different communities that we want to scale. And I've been grateful to actually get that from Duke University and UNICEF that are trying to help me understand what I need to scale, and also funds and funds and funds. We innovators, we really test and we use human-centered design. So there's so much funds needed around testing prototypes, testing new communities to make sure we reach the right impact. And of course, partnerships, as you've said, partnership are key to help us scale. It's important. Some stakeholders are really scared to scale with social innovators because they fear to fail. But it's important for us innovators to test the products that we are bringing out to make sure they're working in different ecosystems and communities to make sure we impact the beneficiaries. So funds, capacity building, but of course, helping us with partners so that we can grow the impact of our social innovations and also to grow their capacity and capability. Thank you.
Thank you so much once again, Jamila. We are definitely inspired by you, and thank you so much for what you're doing to improve the menstrual health and hygiene of young girls in Uganda. And we're definitely inspired as a continent and the world at large. Now, we're going to go to our next social impact innovation, and this is by none other than Gwamaka Mwavuka. I hope I pronounced that right. This is Gwamaka Mwabuka. Now, Gwamaka Mwabuka had a project called the Harakati Ngeti Tanzania. This is an interactive of 3D animation films about the growing pains of adolescent girls in secondary schools. Now, the project aims to raise awareness and inspire positive action to community members, policymakers, as well as girls themselves through exploring the different challenges that girls are facing during the menstrual health and hygiene. And so, as a result of the menstrual health, the health and hygiene of the films, they were produced and animated and cover topics such as male involvement in health and financing for menstrual health, accessibility health services for menstrual health and hygiene, and various other things. And this has been distributed and disseminated in various schools and have actually helped communities in Tanzania, and as well applications that have been on TV and social media on various platforms. So right about now, we're going to learn more, and we're going to see this projected in a video. And again, the project's name is Harakati Ngeti from Tanzania. So please, everyone, enjoy this video as we learn more about this project and these amazing animation films.
Peter Msato, Rukia Hamisi, Ramadhani Ali,
Sofia, yatoka kapate masikio yako.
Sofia Tabisa. Sofia hayupo.
Namsaidia kuchukua tu mwalimu.
Zongwe Mawale.
Nipo mwalimu.
Pole Sophie, inuka ujifunge huu mtandio. Alafu tu tukamwambie mwalimu.
Nini? Aka, sitaki mambo ya kwenda kuzalilishana.
Unakosea. Kumbuka mwalimu ni mzazi wa pili huwapo hapa shuleni. Alafu, kumbuka yeye ni mtu mzima. Anaelewa haya mambo. Twende basi. Sophie.
Mpaka natamani kukimbilia nyumbani.
Ndio kubwa. Inabidi tu tupambane na hali yetu.
Wewe. Kwa nini unafahamu ndio shuleni? Hebu njoni hapa.
Eti mwalimu Maua yupo?
Hayupo. Wewe, si nimekuuliza? Kwa nini unafahamu ndio shuleni? Nyinyi mnacheza singeli eh?
Sketi yangu imechafuka. Nimepata tatizo. Ndio maana tuna shida mwalimu Maua.
Ametoka. Walimu wengine wote wamekwenda kwenye kikao na spa. Leo nimebaki peke yangu. Kwani mna tatizo gani niwasaidie?
Mwalimu, rafiki yangu alikuwa anahitaji.
Aha. Lakini kama nilivyowaambia, walimu wa kike wote ambao wangeweza kuwasaidia hawa hapa. Na sisi kama shule hatuna hizo pedi za akiba. Ila nafikiri inaweza kuwasaidia. Sitatosha.
Ndio, asante mwalimu.
Hivi wenzangu, naulizeni kitu. Hivi nyinyi mshaanza kupata siku zenu?
Kivipi labda? Mbona sijakuelewa? Anamaanisha umeshaanza hedhi? Mbona kitambo? Toka nilipokuwa shule ya msingi.
Sasa pedi huwa mnanunua wenyewe au mnaletewa? Maana huwa nawazaje kusema napofika dukani afu namkuta mbaba sasa.
Nishai kununua kama mara 2 tu, lakini mama aliniambia nitumie vitambaa. Huwa mara nyingi si shule wala nini, kwa sababu sipendi kupata hivi za kuchafuka. Mimi pia, kama siku akiba yangu ikitosha, huwa nanunua mwenyewe. Japo siku nyingine hulazimika kutumia taulo za kawaida.
Unaanzaje kutumia taulo kwa dunia sasa? Haziwezi kusababishia magonjwa.
Wewe toto la kishua. Vitambaa vinahitaji usafi tu. Natamani hasa mashirika mbalimbali yajitokeze na yagawe peni mashuleni. Ndiyo, yanaweza kutokea, lakini ili ni jukumu la jamii na serikali yote kwa ujumla. Sababu hii ni hali endelevu. Hivyo mkiachia mashirika peke yake yaweze kuhudumia miaka yote hiyo, si watachoka?
Sasa labda nyie ndio mje kuwa serikali ya baadaye ili kuleta ufumbuzi. Maana mnayowapitia.
Kumbe ulikuwa unatusikiliza.
Wajanja tunajihusisha na Wahispaniola anasema adios amigos. Wananiita dogo zongwe au sio? Zongwe mambwembwe au sio? Twende! Masela timwa fombe timwa. Wanakwana timwa. Timwa pale timwa. Wanakwana timwa kwanza kideke zungusha. Wanakuzungusha pale kideke pepe. Wanakuzungusha pale kideke.
Serikali imeweza kutoa elimu bure kwa wanafunzi wote shuleni. Lakini kwa sisi wasichana, ili kuweza kuhudhuria vizuri shuleni tunahitaji kuwa na taulo za kike. Unavyoona, ni muda sahihi kwa serikali kututafutia ufumbuzi wa kudumu ili tuweze kubaki shule kipindi cha hedhi.
Right, these are very exciting videos. It was really, really brilliant seeing the innovation from Tanzania. And I must apologize, we're having some internet connection issues with Natasha. But as I am your co-moderator for this session, I'm taking over from here. So I will put the next question that would go to Guamaka, whose video we just watched. And my question to you would really be, what motivated you to embark on this amazing, innovative approach to telling the story of menstrual health in Tanzania and also using the same opportunity across the continent? So Guamaka, do you want to tell us your motivation for this video and the many others that you make? You're on mute, Guamaka. Could you unmute yourself?
Oh, yeah.
There you go. Brilliant.
Okay. Nice. So thank you very much for the question and for the opportunity to share the motivation behind the innovation that we are doing at TAI. Storytelling has been a powerful tool since in the old age, where we're sitting with our grandpa, grandma, and listening to them telling us the old stories, transforming knowledge and experiences from the past, coming to the current generation, and then passing it on to the next generation. So it's been a powerful tool for learning as well as to inspire people to take action. So for us at TAI, you're using storytelling, but we are combining it with media technology to inspire social behavior change from the animation like the one you just see. So it's been inspiring for us to produce this this content, 3D animation content, as well as other digital content. For example, now we're doing radio dramas, which they're also using storytelling, as well as we're making comic posters to help people who do not have access to internet as well as electricity. So content-based social storytelling to inspire behavior change. It's been a motivation because stories can touch people and inspire them to take positive action. And that's what we're looking at. Social behavior change is part of social behavior change communication. So last month, I was able to travel to Pemba, which is an island in Zanzibar. And there we were collecting stories and from the students themselves, because the stories that we are telling, they are not fiction. We are taking it from the community. So the emotion that they were sharing, and once we translated that into the content, the animation that we've made, And then when we went back to the field to show these videos, the emotional part of them reflecting and learning from the video has been an inspiration for us to create more content. So we created also content for Ngorongoro, the Maasai community, which is something that I've never even thought of before, to touch the different cultures. However, I'm not from that particular culture. So storytelling is the main motivation and driver, and being able to reach people and touch their lives has been the inspiration. So also believing that through stories we can impact lives from different cultures. That means our content can be used also in Nairobi, in Kenya, or Sub-Saharan Africa, where they can reflect from the content that we fetch from our community and then tell it through the technology of using animation.
It's amazing to see the brilliant work that you're doing in Tanzania, and we hope that these stories will be told all around the world, and the opportunity that this forum or this symposium provides for young people would create that opportunity for you and your stories as well. Right, ladies and gentlemen, please join me. We're going to welcome our next innovator, who will be sharing the story about a brilliant app for girls. It's called the Oki app. And I'd like to introduce Christine Hansen. Christine Hansen is a Gender and Adolescent Development Officer at UNICEF Isaro, has worked with adolescent and community empowerment for positive global health and WASH outcomes for 6 years. And she focuses on research and program interventions. Please watch that video.
Everyone. All women and girls have their period. It's natural. But still, girls get shamed for their period. They don't have the right information, and they don't always know what's happening to their bodies. We see more and more girls going online and searching for health information, including on menstruation. But it's hard for them to find relevant, trustworthy information that's tailored to the adolescent girls. And there's a lot of misinformation out there. So we talked to more than 400 girls from Indonesia and Mongolia, and through human-centered design workshops, we co-created the Oki app together. Oki is an open-source content period tracker app for girls. So let's watch a quick video to see what Oki is all about.
Hi, welcome to Aki, a period tracker app for girls like you. My name is Ari. Use Oki to get to know you by tracking what's going on with your body and mood every month, and learn about periods in fun ways. Create an account and choose an Oki friend like me to accompany you. We are here for you every step of the way. This is your monthly menstruation cycle. Each shape is a day of the month. And this number is your personal countdown. It shows how many days until your next period, or how many days left of your current period. Track your mood, period flow, body, and activities with emojis on the daily cards. Write in your private diary card. Test your knowledge and take fun quizzes. Check out your calendar and see your whole month at a glance. And check out the Oki menstruation and puberty information to learn new things about your body and health. And don't forget to send me some love. Welcome, friend, to Oki. For girls, by girls, period.
So Oki has been pilot tested in Mongolia and Indonesia and currently has 50,000 subscribers, with more joining every day. With the right investment and support, the potential reach of Oki in the next 5 years can be over 10 million girls. As Oki scales across countries and regions, the scaling approach deploys a new innovative business model via franchise licenses to local partners, a concept commonly used in the private sector but little explored in humanitarian settings and development aid. The franchise model allows Oki to scale outside of UNICEF, while adhering to Oki principles and still being affiliated with UNICEF as the founding partner. I will now pass the floor to our local partner for the Oki app in Kenya, Robert Kimati from LVCT Health. Over to you, Robert.
Thank you, Christine. As you have done introduction, my name is Robert Kimadi, Senior Technical Advisor for Adolescent Youth, working with LVCT Health, a non-governmental organization that respond to sexual reproductive health, HIV, mental health, and gender-based violence and menstrual hygiene among adolescent and young people in Kenya. For the reason why is aiming to provide correct and factual menstrual health information into the hands of the girls, regardless of their digital literacy and capability in Kenya. So for localization process, we held human-centered designs with girls to understand the needs of adolescent girls and the young women in the element of menstrual hygiene. We went further and held some market scan to identify potential partners in the digital context and the implementation of menstrual health and hygiene programs in Kenya. We looked at the content that was being used in Mongolia and Indonesia, and we localized and adapted that and later translated it into Swahili, which is a local language. The next level we looked at is the software build out. So we yourself and the ability to have access to easy, correct, and factual information. Then thereafter, we looked at the feedback, the one that we received after the transition by adolescent and girls and young women for that case. So the next step is to market and promote the hub to make sure that there is correct and factual menstrual health information among the girls in Kenya. Thank you, and I'll hand over back to Christy.
Thank you so much, Robert. So we're happy to introduce Oki to all of you here today. And please feel free to get in touch with us with any questions you may have. You can also read more about Oki on www.okiapp.info. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christine. It's very exciting to see this innovation that you have just launched using digital technology to create access to opportunities for young women and girls. Now, my question to you is how can we support young women and girls to innovate? And what kind of support do you think we can give to these young people?
Thank you so much, Sydney. So in designing innovative solutions that target young audiences, girls are often not included in the same way as boys are. So what we can do is to support the adolescent girls and women to innovate for their everyday challenges by providing them with the opportunities they need to engage in innovative approaches. And that involves allowing them to engage with experimentation, with solving problems, and with exploring new ideas, which all can help them stimulate their innovative thinking processes and help stretch their minds to even consider that this is an opportunity for them. So, and this becomes very, very much important in humanitarian context, migrant refugee context, where adolescent girls and women are not as heard and are not as included as we might want them to be. So there we need to provide extra support and awareness on their engagement in innovative processes. So for young people, girls, and women to have positive experiences with engaging in innovation, we also need to focus on building their awareness, competencies, and skills for innovative thinking, problem identification, and problem solving. In many instances, girls and women, they're not always aware of the fact that their lives could be different and that they do have a right to a better life and better conditions, especially when it comes to menstrual health and hygiene. So building their capacities to understand their role, their power, and their value is part of the empowerment, confidence, and resilience building that they need to engage in innovation and in the subsequent action phase that they need to take to make their innovations become a reality through, for example, prototyping, advocacy, or community action. For example, the ultimate goal for UNICEF and the Oki app is to build adolescent girls' skills and their interests in innovation to then engage them in the content and code writing, amendment, and improvement of the app itself and all of the other Oki product portfolios that we are tying to the app. Thank you, Sydney. Over.
Christine, and it's exciting to hear that you're supporting young girls in Kenya and across the world with this brilliant initiative. Please join me to say thank you to all our innovators who we listen to. And if you can, let's give them a virtual round of applause for the brilliant initiatives that they have put together. I think these and many other stories like these from young people prove that if we create opportunities for young people, they will not only be consumers of commodities, but actually be part of the change that we seek. We're going to hear a bit more about these later in our discussion for this particular plenary. And these stories will feed into the discussion we're going to have later about the business of menstruation in Africa and how we can take innovation to the next stage and also how we can take financing to the next stage. We're going to take a 5-minute comfort break, go grab some coffee, grab some tea, but we need you to come right back. And we will continue with the conversation with a brilliant panel that would include government officials, representatives from multilateral banks, and representatives from private sector, and also from civil society. You don't want to miss that. See you soon.
My first experience was I was very scared. Yeah, I'm like, okay, what's happening to me? Yeah, it was very awkward for me, but I'd known about it already, so I actually expected it, yes. I was at school, so when I got home, I'm like, okay, what's happening? Then I spoke to my mom. She's like, nah, man, that's nothing. It's what happens. She explained to me like the whole thing, what happens, and yeah, and then I got used to it. I think we should give more information about menstruation in schools, especially like from primary school, so like we can be able to be aware that things like this do happen and it is going to happen at some certain stage.
Audio Jungle.
I got my first period when I was 12 years old. Do I think there's enough information? Yes, I think there is, because in schools there's life orientations and stuff, so a lot of students are being taught at school about the menstrual cycle. What do men know about periods? They don't know anything. I think they just know that women have got a menstrual cycle, but I don't think they understand, because it's not happening to them, it's happening to the women, but they do know that women do go through menstruations.
Audio Jungle.
I think menstrual health is the physical and emotional well-being of women and girls during their menstrual cycle. I envision a future whereby girls and women are able to get sanitary pads for free. Why do I think girls get periods? Based on the biology that I learned in school, we were taught that girls get periods because of the change in hormones in their body. So these hormones cause the lining of the uterus to build up, and then every month as it builds up and the body is preparing for an egg to get fertilized for pregnancy, and that doesn't happen, the uterus kind of disintegrates, and that is what comes out as period. And the process repeats itself every month. Do you talk about periods with your family and or your partner? Well, I am a guy, so I don't get periods, but I have had partners, female partners, who do get periods, and we've talked about it. My sisters as well, we've talked about it, and my friends who are female, we've talked about it, and I have learned a few things from them, especially on what food they crave during that time.
Menstrual health is very important, particularly for the African girl, where talking about menstruation is a taboo, and not being able to go to school or learn because you don't have hygiene kits or sanitary towels. It is important that we are able to talk about menstrual health, that girls are comfortable to talk about it, that boys and men, that everybody gets on board with talking about menstrual health. The time to take the action is now.
I'm 26 years of age currently now, so I started my menses I think around 15, 16, which I'm not really early and also I'm not late. So what happened is I was in bed sleeping. When I woke up, I was one of those that really sleeps and comfortably opening my legs. You find that the blankets are on the floor. Then my father is one of those that usually comes into our bedroom, checks up on us. I'm definitely sure that my daddy was the first one to see my menses, but because he's a male, couldn't say it. So when I woke up, tada, there it was. Having to communicate to my mom, already my mom was at work. Daddy saw it but kept quiet, so I had to deal with it all by myself, alone. You'll find that they usually provide condoms to each and every schools or toilet, but there was never a time where women are prioritized. So however, we plead to the government, or can you kindly please consider our women, our ladies out there, especially those who are coming from backgrounds that are very poor, that are not okay. Find that individual will just pad on with a cloth, with a tissue, in which are not really healthy for our body or not healthy for our skin, and also the vagina itself, what is going inside there. And usually we find that that cloth is washed with what? With a soap that is very irritating to the vagina itself. So government, can you kindly please step forward and make sure that all women out there, they are in a safe hand, because we are creating other comorbidities. You find that there's gyne-related problems. So we start from an inner or minor age to take care of them once they're unable to take care of themselves. And once we start with the little ones, they will proceed and teach others. Then we are on in healthy and safe.
How I felt when I started menstruating, it was kind of weird because I was in class and I already knew about menstruating, but the funny thing is I wasn't equipped. And it was 8-hour schooling, so I had to wait for 2 more hours to get home just to get to prepare for my period. When I went on my first period, like I said, I was in class, so I stained my uniform. So I had to take my jersey, I had to take out my jersey and then cover my uniform until I got home. So it was actually very, very embarrassing for me. And then everyone had to watch it. Oh, okay, now you had your first period. So it was like an amazing thing. So when everyone saw you on a period, like, it's, what? She's on your period. So with our culture, a period is still a sacred thing. Like, you're not allowed, you're not supposed to publicize like your period. Like when your period is like your sacred moment. No one is supposed to see your blood.
Okay, my experience was a bit awkward because I was living with my grandmother. So she was like, no, it's fine, you're going to be okay. There was no talk, there was no guidance of some sort. Then I cried, I thought I was hurt for some sort, but I didn't understand what was going on. Actually, at that time, there was no one talking about it. It was disgusting. No one was talking about menstruation, no one was talking about anything. You had to experience it when you get there. Black people have a culture and they believe it's still disgusting. You're not supposed to enter at some places when you're on your period. But in a modern life, we talk about it almost every day and any day. I think they should make us feel more comfortable because we didn't choose to be on our period. I think we should be respected and people should understand what we go through each and every month when that time comes. Sanitary towels should be like condoms where you get them anyway and everywhere, and they should be accessible and free to each and every young girl. Menstruation is normal. It's very normal and people should not be treated differently, especially in culture. They should not be treated differently because we didn't create it. It's natural.
When I was in high school, every month when I started my period, the first 2 days, my parents would literally drop me off at school and I'd just be sick, and around 12 they'd pick me up for 2 days straight. And I've actually winded up in the hospital because of my period pains. So I used to have horrible period pains, and my mom and my grandma would just say it's genetics. So your aunt went through this, you went through this. And I'm just like, guys, I could be dying from something. Can you take this serious? Yeah. I think I would just like to say to all the women out there, get the right research, and when you do see a doctor, especially regarding your period and your reproductive system as a woman, always ask questions, even if it seems like a very dumb question. The fact that you don't have that information means you should get it from somewhere. And another thing is meet your body halfway. Try eat the right food, try be active, do some cardio, do this, even if it's once or twice a week. It makes a difference with your experience as your period and your menstruation.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people are not taught about it. I don't know if parents are still afraid to talk to their kids, but then I feel like as women we should give each other support, and then we teach each other, we give each other awareness. A friend of mine started in primary school and she didn't know a thing about it. She cried. She thought maybe she was bleeding, she was hurt or something, so she started crying. We didn't even know, so we had to seek help from somebody older. If we teach children at a very young age, right? So when you teach a child when she's still growing, she's gonna know that this thing exists, and then we have to feel comfortable about it because it's normal. So if we teach a child at a very young age, they're gonna pass it to their friends. Children do talk, so if we get a time, we should just give them awareness of what's happening and make them feel that this thing is just normal. There's nothing they can do about it.
I started at almost the age of 16. I was at school, so it was kind of weird, but I was expecting it because I had been having period cramps, I think from the age of 13, so my doctor told me I should start expecting my period. I did have access to information. In primary school, we were taught, I think in grade 5, about menstruations, and I think my mom also played a role in that. I was at the salon one time, and this lady was talking about how her 8-year-old is having a period. So I think, we need to start having these conversations with kids because it's happening.
During my periods, I feel like, I don't want to go out, just want to sleep all day. I started menstruating when I was 14, my first year of high school, I think. I can't remember. It wasn't normal, but then you get used to it. When I started my periods, and then I asked my mother and my aunt about it, and my aunt was like, if you just stand like next to a boy, you'll end up falling pregnant because it's the period. You are a mature woman now, you're young. So they told me if I stand next to a boy, then I'll fall pregnant because I have my period. So then for that time when I have my periods, I won't go to any boy because I know if I stand next to you, I'll immediately fall pregnant. So that's the story they told me.
I was 18 years when I started my period. I was feel like I'm sick. Then I told my mom, there's something came up. Then my mom asked me what's happened. Then I told her. It's painful when I started because I've got a heavy flow. It was the first time, then I didn't know what happened. I was lost in jail.
Bodily ritual. We paint in red. This is our ritual. We do it without fail. We remain faithful. The fountain of our color is deep, mystique. We keep it flowing even when we sleep. We paint in red. As we cleanse, connecting with our bodies, we paint with the moon, glowing through every shine. Every time we bleed, a new life begins. We paint in red. Even when our colors spill on the wrong canvas, even when we cannot afford a canvas, we paint in red. Even when our lips are tied so we cannot share the pride of our paintings, even when our feet are hurting from seeking wisdom behind our art, or when they lie and expect us to cry, we paint in red. Because we believe in the ritual. We paint in red, even when our ritual is shamed, even when they fear this ritual to be named, we paint in red. Paint our bodies every moon and glow through every shine. We rise and paint in red to express desire, love, passion, and our fire. We paint in red. We celebrate our flow, our colors, for we are a work of art. We are women, healthy, beautiful, and alive.
Right. Welcome back from the break. We hope your teas are still warm and your coffees are still warm. And welcome again to day 3 plenary, the second part of the plenary, where we will be discussing the business of menstruation in Africa. And I'm excited to be your host and moderator for this particular session. And I have such a brilliant panel. You cannot even begin to imagine how excited I am. I'd like to take turns to introduce my panel. But before then, I will take you through the session title. And we're discussing today the business of menstruation in Africa, taking menstrual health, finance, and innovation to scale. You can't even begin to imagine how important this topic is. We will be discussing this over the next hour and a half or so. We would have questions that would go to our panelists, and then we would open up the discussion as well to our audience who are watching us from around the world. You would have an opportunity to type in your questions, and the questions will be sent through to our panelists to respond to them accordingly. It's my singular honor to introduce our panelists for today, and in no particular order, I would like to introduce my first panelist, who happens to be Kasi Jagani, and she's the Corporate Affairs and Citizenship Leader for Procter & Gamble in South Africa. Welcome to this panel, Kasi. And Kasi is the Senior Corporate Affairs and Communications Leader at Procter & Gamble. As a member of the South African executive team, she delivers strategic communications counsel on internal and external communications relating to the company and its brand. She acts as the company's spokesperson, leading media and influencer relations to build and protect company and brand reputation. A key part of her work includes leading the design and implementation of local impact and environmental sustainability initiatives across South Africa. She is passionate about gender equality, both in and out of the workplace, and creating more inclusive economies across the country. Welcome to the panel, Kasi, and we're happy to have you here with us. Our second panelist is Dr. Babatunde Olumide. Dr. Babatunde is the manager for public health, security, and nutrition at the African Development Bank. Dr. Babatunde is currently leading the division, and in this position, he is responsible for managing the bank's multi-billion-dollar response for the COVID pandemic in Africa, a development economist and international development expert. Dr. Babatunde previously served as head of development planning and inclusive sustainable growth at the UNDP in New York, where he led a team of professionals on development planning, social protection, poverty, inequality, development finance, inclusive growth, and the Sustainable Development Goals. Dr. Omilola was UNDP's regional practice leader for poverty reduction and the achievement of the Millennium Development Goals for the 23 East and Southern African countries, and UNDP's chief economist and head of policy and strategy in South Africa. In 2014, he was selected as a fellow of Comparative Research Program for Preventing and Eradicating Poverty by the International Social Science Council. He holds an MPhil and a PhD in International Development and Development Economics, respectively, from the Institute of Development Studies and the University of Sussex in the United Kingdom. You're welcome, Dr. Omilola. Now, our next panelist is Honorable Emma Theophilus, who is Deputy Minister for Information and Communication Technology for Namibia. Now, Honorable Emma Theophilus is a young 25-year-old Namibian, born in Namibia, of course, and is currently a Member of Parliament and the Deputy Minister in the Ministry of Information and Communication Technology in the Republic of Namibia. Before her appointment, Honorable Emma was always policy adjacent and was a youth activist around issues of gender, children's rights, sustainable development, and youth unemployment. She served as the Deputy Speaker of the Youth Parliament of the Republic of Namibia and the Junior Mayor of the city of Windhoek, amongst other roles. Emma holds an LLB honors degree from the University of Namibia a diploma in business management from Amity University, and a diploma in African feminism and gender studies from the University of South Africa. In her new role, Emma plans to better communicate the activities and programs of the government of the Republic of Namibia and assist in preparing the Namibian nation for the fourth industrial revolution. You're welcome to the panel, Honorable Theophilus. And our last but not the least panelist is Ms. Rose Rubuhihi. She's the Chief Gender Monitor for Rwanda. So Ms. Rose is the head of the Gender Monitoring Unit, as I said, a government institution entrusted to contribute to ensure accountability of public-private institutions in implementing gender equality in Rwanda. Previously worked for more than 15 years with the UN in several countries in Africa and the United States of America. She has extensive working experience with research institutions and NGOs. The main focus of her work has been to promote accountability to gender equality, women's rights in development with specific focus on governance, peace and security, and violence against women. You are welcome. Right, so we will be joined by Honorable Rose, and once she does, we would invite her to join. But ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to today's panel. And
Thank you for
I
having
hope
us.
you are excited as I am. Right, so I'm going to jump right into the conversation, and I'll start with you, Honorable Theophilus. Could you tell me, really, we can start with what you think the role of government is in creating an enabling environment for innovators such as the ones we listened to earlier within our communities to ensure that menstrual health products and services are accessible to many young people. So issues around domestic financing, taxation, access to investment, and the likes. How can those help in fostering innovation? And if you can, probably share some experiences from Namibia. That would be great.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Maybe let me begin by first thanking you for inviting me to this panel and this symposium, particularly to share updates and highlights, strengthen linkages and commitment, and support evidence-based to better transition research to action in ending period poverty. And of course, all the partners that are involved in making this possible. I first would like, in response to your question, to share our Namibian context and an update from our Namibian situation in trying to end period poverty. First off, we recently, through government, announced the zero rating of tax on all sanitary pads. This came about after I tabled a motion in Parliament, but also much advocacy by civil society organizations in trying to end period poverty. And that is really one of the reasons why it's something we continue to champion in Namibia because it does create hindrances in having access to education, access to sexual reproductive health rights for young women and women across the country. Some will say there is a challenge with this approach. Many countries have done it, across Africa more particularly, even across the world. But some say there is a challenge because it doesn't necessarily mean the manufacturer will reduce the amount of the cost of menstrual hygiene products. And therefore, it does not have a ripple effect to the consumer, which is young women and the girl child. But I think it is the first step to making sanitary pads and all menstrual hygiene products free and ensuring that everyone has accessible access to them. I think the role of government, through the example I gave of Namibia, is to create a conducive environment, policy-wise and lawmaking-wise, to ensure young women and girls have access to hygiene products. And another way we can also, as governments, create that environment is to ensure access through places where sanitary provisions are included in either healthcare packs, whether it's in schools or healthcare facilities, but also to ensure there are exemptions in respect to investment coming into the country to manufacture these hygiene products so that they're affordable to the end user at the end of the day. But because of the innovation going on and because of the various levels of need we have across our continent and the world, there are those, of course, adapting methods to have sanitary pads, for example, that can be reusable. I think then it is very important to adapt national standards for menstrual products so that we are able to have everyone have access to these products regardless of affordability, and to ensure everyone is able to afford them and use them in a sustainable but also in a healthy manner. And that is why government's role in that regard is to create this enabling environment for innovators to innovate, for taxation to happen, for financing exemptions to exist, but more importantly, access to the end user to be a priority as well.
Thank you very much for that detailed response. I'll come back to you very soon, especially to explore the opportunities that the Africa Continental Free Trade area provides for us, and also the opportunities it provides for government to take this forward. I'll come to you, Cassie, and my question dovetails right quickly into what Honorable Emma was saying in terms of how we can scale production on the continent and how we can also explore opportunities of increasing access, but also how we can channel innovators like the amazing ones we've had over the past 3 days. How can we fit them into value chains or supply chains of private sector? And you can tie that into what role private sector can create also in building that new market for access to menstrual health products and services.
Yeah, okay, great. So also let me start off first by saying thank you so much for having me here today. It's such an honor to be able to be on this panel with, this group of people who are doing such amazing things in their own right. Speaking from the private sector, this is an issue that touches our hearts very deeply, and it's something that we're working very hard to play our part to solve. Now, what is the role of the private sector in this area? I want to take it a step back, actually, and talk about how the first thing, and this is where the private sector can really step in, is helping to build the right level of awareness amongst, firstly, the population, amongst communities, just around the issues that we're seeing when it comes to menstrual hygiene, right? And these are statistics that we're all aware of, but I'm going to reiterate them again because they're just that shocking. 3 out of 10 girls are missing school each month, as a result of their period. And this really is, it leads to a lot of missed opportunities, whether it's education, sporting, socializing, etc. And so, creating the right awareness around this is what's actually going to help lead us to the action that's required to solve it. And so this is really a place where we see, as the private sector, we can play a role, because a lot of what we do is reach people through our, whether it's via digital, whether it's via, traditional media, that kind of thing. We can tell a story and it can go far. And so, creating awareness is really something that is really a key first step. Secondly, it's also about creating, acceptance, right? Because these girls are, of course, they're going through this experience, but they also need to now, get to a place where their period is something that's normal. Their menstruation cycle is something that they don't see as a taboo or as a stigma or as something to be ashamed about. And again, through, all this education and through our access that we can, through the programs that we run, we can reach these girls and address these things. And then lastly, to your point, when it comes to access, some of the things that we can do better in the private sector is, we could have maybe more distribution centers. What we have is, maybe resources that are otherwise not available. And we can build resource centers or distribution centers to help with the supply chain to help reach the areas where the girls really need it the most, and so when it comes to, the role that we can play, it really is about awareness. It's about acceptance, and then about creating the access through the, from a supply chain perspective, through the resources that we have available to us.
Right. Thank you for the response. I mean, I'll stay with you one more time before I go to Dr. Omilola, if you don't mind. Really, so what are the opportunities, right, for entry for these innovators? So, like you had Smart Bags for Girls. They do brilliant work with providing sanitary products that go into a smart bag, which powers the lights that they can use to learn at night and things like that. So let's take a very practical example. At the end of the day, we want to have a solution that works as viable outcomes from this discussion. How can Jamila, as a typical example, have an entry into opportunities that private sector can provide? If you can give an example directly from Procter & Gamble, that could be useful for the process.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I'm understanding the question that you're asking. You're asking how do we provide access through other partners? Sorry, could you please expand on the question?
What are the entry points, opportunities for young innovators like Jamila to be able to access your supply chain? So the end line, like you said, where you're creating more distribution centers and the likes. She manufactures and produces at relatively smaller scale. She's currently at around 5,000, which is really, really small. But what are the opportunities for her to, for instance, and have an entry into your supply chain so she can increase her production from 5,000 to 50 or 100,000, or she can distribute to that many young people?
Absolutely. So, and this is a great question. And, to be very honest, it's a conversation we were having as a team just last week about how is it that we can bring in, the thoughts and the concepts that, we may not be, thinking in those ways. How do we bring those people, those suppliers, how do we partner with them to do that? Now, as the private sector, and I'm really speaking now personally as Procter & Gamble, what we do have is very open channels to members of systems of community to reach out to us with any kind of ideas or any kind of innovations that they might have that they see would partner with us on the journey towards ending period poverty, but also on any other kind of social issue as well. And from this, we've actually seen a couple of really interesting and exciting ideas come through, and already we're starting conversations with people on how we can partner with them. So really the encouragement that I would give to anyone who's listening is reach out, put together a proposal, go onto our websites, and I'm sure that this would be true for other, organizations in the private sector as well. Go onto our websites. There are email addresses that you can, drop your proposals at, and someone is sitting and looking through them. Personally, this is one of that I do. I love it when I get a proposal because it means that somewhere someone is thinking about an issue, and I maybe have the resources to help bring that solution to life. So this would be my encouragement.
Right. So Jamila and all the amazing young people out there, you're listening, and that's a challenge that's been thrown to you. Don't say we didn't tell you. Right. So we'll go on to Dr. Omilola, the money man. We understand, for instance, that for COVID, the AFDB has made available about $8 billion to support governments across the continent to support their COVID response. And please correct me if I'm wrong. Now, with that background in mind, what would you say are some of the bottlenecks to large-scale financial products for menstrual health financing, menstrual health innovation and financing on the continent, which is hindering access to opportunities that would help scale these innovative initiatives?
Thank you very much for having me. I'm delighted to join this conversation with the eminent panelists that have gathered together. Let me perhaps correct you a little bit on what the bank has done in terms of supporting COVID-19 pandemic throughout the continent. As a bank, our board approved a $10 billion COVID-19 crisis response facility in April of 2020 to basically stabilize our economies, to reinforce the healthcare systems across the continent, but also to provide opportunities for social safety nets for the vulnerable and the poor, so that people could be lifted out of poverty, but at the same time could be able to deal with the economic and social impact of the pandemic. In addition to that, we launched a COVID-19 social bond, $3 billion, which has been applauded globally around the world. And of course, in addition to that, we are able to provide a lot of resources to support our regional economic communities so that they can deal with the pandemic throughout the continent. We also provided some grants to the African Centers for Disease Control and Prevention so that they can also deal with the issue. When it comes to funding landscape for menstrual issues across the continent, what we know is that it is very difficult to assign funding flows directly to menstrual health for many reasons. One of the reasons is because the focus of investment is actually mostly through water and sanitation and also through education, while some funds go directly to addressing social norms and policy. So it is difficult to track menstrual health funding due to no clear funding allocated to it by many agencies, but also because funding levels are very marginal. But for us at African Development Bank, we have included in one of our COVID-19 projects that we supported in Guinea-Bissau, we included a component on supporting menstrual health by providing opportunity for hygienic kits for girls in Guinea-Bissau under the project gender component. In addition to that, as a bank in the past, we have also supported many projects. I'll give you just 3 examples very quickly. One of them was the example in Malawi, where we supported the Mzimba Integrated Urban Water and Sanitation Project in northern Malawi, where we have adequate washing facilities to enhance menstrual health, especially for women and girls. Another one is what we supported in 2019 in South Sudan, which we call Improving Access and Quality of Basic Education Project in South Sudan, whereby we are able to ensure that menstrual hygienic materials were distributed to support girls to practice improved menstrual hygiene management and attend school regularly throughout their menstrual cycle. The third one that I want to allude to is what we did in Ethiopia, which we call the One Wash National Program Ethiopia, by really investing in water and sanitation facilities that also take care of girls. Let me conclude that when it comes to funding for menstrual health, there are 5 principles that I think we need to follow. The first key principle is that such funding must be multisectoral. That is to say, it has to be addressed through different sectors: reproductive health, water and sanitation, gay education, gender, and the environment. The second principle is the principle of leaving no one behind, which is the core principle of Agenda 2030 and the SDGs. And this can be done through social inclusion programs and to reach vulnerable populations. The third principle will be the right-based approach, by applying a right-based approach as a useful framework to enable rights. The fourth principle must be evidence-based in terms of investment and programming, focusing on existing evidence and best practices. And the fifth principle for funding must be context-specific, because one size does not fit all, and there are differences in needs in different parts of the world, in different countries, in different communities, and all those differences must be acknowledged. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. That's very detailed. I just want to have a quick follow-up on that question, really, which is to say, how have you managed to convince governments to include some of these initiatives in their bids for financing for these different initiatives at the country level?
Thank you very much. This is one of the things that is really difficult to do. But what we have been able to do is really to look at 3 different things in terms of convincing governments. One of them is focusing on innovation to scale. by ensuring that the financial resources that are mobilized by government take into consideration the cost of the intervention that will be needed and that can be adapted to fit into the available financial space. And this is, of course, context specific, which requires monitoring of funds directly for menstrual health to allow for cost evaluation of intervention outcomes. And of course, this differs from country to country. The other way that one can convince any government is to lay on the ground the impact on the environment if action is not taken. And the impact of the intervention on the environment to be considered in terms of the harmful effects on what can happen to any environment in terms of if, for instance, parts are not disposed properly and how that can contribute to air pollution and also how to retain dignity for girls and women. The other area where we tend to convince governments is through the policy environment of governments in terms of what to be done and how to scale up their support in this area. So let me give you a few examples in terms of how some of our interventions have really worked well. I'll talk about 3 countries very quickly. The first one is the Kenyan government, which of course has shown great and increasingly strong commitment to menstrual health over several years with the establishment of the National Sanitary Towels Campaign Coordinating Committee in 2008 in Kenya. The other example is in Uganda, where they were able to put in place the National Menstrual Hygiene Steering Committee under the Ministry of Education, Science, Technology, and Sports. And of course, that ministry also developed a national strategy for girls' education, committing to improve menstrual health. The third country is in Ethiopia, where the government has committed to creating supportive, conducive work policies for menstruating women, increasing access to adequate water and sanitation infrastructure, and thereby addressing cultural, social norms and taboos on menstruation. So all of these policy spaces are very critical. Of course, the final area is also the political space, which I think the Honorable Deputy Minister from Namibia alluded to. Political space in terms of getting political leaders involved in this through advocacy, through showing evidence of what can happen if investments go into this area, but also through ensuring predictable investments and how different organs of government can be engaged to ensure political support for a scaled up intervention. Let me stop there. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much. And this your last point segue into the next question, which I would ask, which in one of you can take a turn. I would actually start with Honorable Emma. Is around what are the opportunities for cross-sector partnerships, especially public-private partnerships, to increase access to menstrual health products and services. But before we take that question, responses to that question, we have intervention speakers who would be sharing some specific country experiences with us. And we'll take these intervention speakers from UNICEF, who would share experiences from Kenya, and then Fundación Acción from Madagascar, who would share their interventions with us. So I would invite Madam Agnes Makani from UNICEF, ISARO, who would share with us how UNICEF has supported access to menstrual health supplies in Kenya. We can see you, Agnes. Can you come in with your intervention? Right. Technology always has a way of doing this. Let's go on to our next intervention speaker, Muriel Bilga, who is with Fundación Acción in Madagascar, who is going to share with us how they are supporting communities to access menstrual health supplies in Madagascar. You are muted, Muriel.
Yeah. Thank you, Sydney.
You're welcome. So can you share with us your experience of how you've supported or you are continuing to support young people or young women and girls to access menstrual health supplies in Madagascar?
Okay. So our foundation action is acting on. Oops, it's not working well. Is acting. It's is acting by building schools all over the countries, primary schools, and sanitary blocks. And then we decided to begin our first project about menstrual health management in the primary schools, because usually in our country the education about menstrual hygiene is done on the on college, or it's for women, but not usually for girls. And so we decided to initiate a project in primary school so that the little girls could be ready. So we just at the beginning of our pilot, and we decided to approach the textile industry in Madagascar, as we have here in our country a lot of offshore textile factories, and in the objective to get a better price for the reusable pad in the country, so we can use their remind fabric and cotton to use for the cooperatives or women center that are creating hygienic products.
Right. Thank you very much for sharing that with us. Do we have Agnes back online? Right. Okay. So I'll just jump back to the panel and remind all of us that we are still in our day 3 plenary, and this session is discussing the business of menstruation in Africa, taking innovation and financing to scale. And we have on our panel today Honorable Emma Theophilus, Deputy Minister, Communication and Information Technology in Namibia. We have Dr. Babantunde Omilola, Manager for Public Health, Security and Nutrition Division with the African Development Bank. And then also we have on our panel today, Kasi Jagani, Corporate Affairs and Citizenship Leader for Procter & Gamble. You listening to us and watching us from across the world, you can join us by typing your questions in the chat box, and those questions will be filled to us, and we will ask those questions to our panel. I hope you're enjoying the discussion so far. So, right. So we would also actually ask our panelists to keep their cameras on so we can all see and hear you at the same time. I'll go back to my panel and invite Honorable Emma to explore the questions around opportunities for cross-sector partnerships, especially public-private partnerships, to help scale innovation and financing for menstrual health supplies, increasing access to menstrual health supplies.
Thank you so much, Sydney. I think the first thing would be to look at what we call in Namibia, and maybe you have a similar across the continent, public-private partnerships. I think it's important that one, the public sector made up of governments create an environment where private sector, on the other hand, can fully invest, can fully innovate, and get their share of going profits, if I may say so. But at the same time, solving a social a challenge and a social issue, and in this case, it is period poverty. So I think public-private partnerships are an absolute great opportunity. I mean, most of our African subscribe to the sustainable development goals. If you look at them, you can see that goal 3, 4, 5, 6, even 13 on climate action has a direct impact on ending period poverty. So I think that's one opportunity. A second I'd like to flag would be, for example, a menstrual health solidarity fund. It can be held at continental level at the AU. It can be held at our regional bodies such as SADC and East Africa and so on. So those are opportunities we can leverage, and connectivities and investments between private and public sector that we can explore. And lastly, I would like to speak shortly about the Africa Free Trade, other instruments. I think there's so many instruments that we have signed across our countries, whether it's treaties, whether it's agreements, between our countries at regional level and even AU level, that we can leverage to either create production factories for menstrual health products, or investments around the production of health products, menstrual health products in our regions and on the continent, but also more importantly, leverage on instruments that are meant to promote gender equality, are meant to promote quality education, good health, because these are all cross-cutting issues that will find a point in trying to integrate menstrual health in sexual reproductive health rights, public health, and collective development of our countries and in our SADC blocks and regional blocks across the continent.
Right, thank you. Same question, Cassie.
I think Honourable Emma has done it a fantastic justice. You know, I think from our side, we work very closely with our government partners when it comes to this topic specifically, working very closely with, you know, members of the Department of Education, members of the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, on how we can further our reach and how we can solve the problem. You know, and you know, one of the things that we've seen has worked really, really well is open communication channels. You know, on where the issues are and where the help is actually needed, because often what can happen, let me say, not that it does happen, but what can happen is the private sector can, you know, see an issue and solve for an issue, but, you know, be focused on not what the people need, but what we think the people need, if that makes sense. And so, you know, connecting with government for us specifically as a private sector is really, really important for this, because it gives us insight into where the real issues are. So I think that said, you know, Honourable Emma, you've done it really, really, really good justice. Some fantastic suggestions coming from you. And the thing I would add is, you know, open communication channels.
Right, thank you. So, Dr. Ominola, I would ask the same question, but if you can focus a bit more on the opportunities that the AFTA provides to facilitate trade relations, but also PPP.
Thank you again, moderator. I mean, the African Continental Free Trade Area is the best thing to happen to the continent in terms of how we can focus a lot on moving goods and services across the continent. And that, of course, also applies to the issue of menstrual products that are needed in different parts of the continent. Having said that, I think we have to go back to where we're coming from in terms of if we really focus on menstruation and menstrual health management very well in the continent, we will be addressing 8 different sustainable development goals the Sustainable Development Goal around good health and well-being, which is SDG 3, the one on quality education, the one on gender equality, the one on clean water and sanitation, even the one on decent work and economic growth, and also the, SDG 10 on reduction of inequalities, as well as SDG 12 and then SDG 17. So we still know right now that at least 500 million women and girls globally lack adequate facilities for menstrual hygiene management. And that's why trade issues must come in. And of course, we've seen some countries that are doing very well. Let me give you good examples of countries that can be replicated even within Africa. A good example is what's happening in Uganda and Kenya, whereby they have been working to remove tax for menstrual products, or also focusing on local resources to manufacture menstrual products, which you find in Zimbabwe as well. So these are really good examples that other countries can replicate based on their own particular situations. Let me conclude on this particular topic to say that what is really needed now is that we have to move towards empowerment. And to move towards empowerment, it means that we have to deal with all those regular constraints to menstrual health, which of course the COVID-19 pandemic is also exacerbating. So we have to deal with that. We also have to reduce critical access points to address stigma and taboos, especially in schools and in places where women work. But of course, more importantly, we also need to invest more in menstrual health, which can benefit a lot of women. To do this, we have to focus on different enablers that can be scaled up in different contexts. And finally, what I said at the beginning remains very fundamental, which is the fact that we have to focus on multi-sectoral approach to deal with the issues, whether in terms of investment, in terms of financing, but also in terms of intra-Africa trade, which makes the African Continental Free Trade Area a very powerful instrument to do this for us. Thank you so much.
Right. Thank you very much for that detailed response. So I'll stay with you, Dr. Milola, if you don't mind, to share with us some of the products that you currently have at the African Development Bank that governments, private sector, innovators like Jamila and Guamaka and Christine, who have innovative solutions, who shared with us, can have access to. Not just innovators, but government and private sector and all different sectors. What are some of the products that you currently have that we can explore?
Well, thank you very much for that question. As you know, African Development Bank is an international financial institution, is the multilateral development bank for the continent, for Africa. And as a result of that, we work directly with our regional member countries. The regional member countries are all countries, governments across the continent. So in terms of doing that, we have different instruments at the bank. For instance, for our ADB countries, those are countries that are classified as middle income countries. We support them through different kinds of loans, whether in our different 5 areas of work. 5 areas of work, it means the strategic pillars of the bank. And this is what we have been calling the I5. The first of it is Feed Africa. The second one is Light Up and Power Africa. The third one is actually Integrate Africa. The fourth one is Industrialize Africa. And the fifth one is Improve the Quality of Life for the people of Africa. So within these parameters, we are able to look at different kinds of operations and projects, whether sovereign operations, which are public sector funded operations, or non-sovereign operations, which are private sector funded operations. We try to provide support through those instruments. Now, we also look at our low-income countries and our fragile countries. We have what we call the African Development Fund Instrument, ADF, which is mostly grants for our low-income countries, as well as our countries in fragile situation or in transition state, to support them on different kinds of things that they need to do. So as a bank, that's how we operate. And of course, as we said at the beginning, when we came up with when the board approved the $10 billion COVID-19 crisis response facility in April of 2020, for instance, we basically allocated different tranches for different categories of countries during that time, including even for private sector entities. So as a bank, usually the best way to attract funding, whether loan or grant from the bank, is to go through both our sovereign operations or non-sovereign operations. The non-sovereign operations are devoted to private sector entities. Let me stop there. Thank you so much.
Right. Thank you very much. I think we'll take an opportunity to explore further and would invite you to join us probably at the networking sessions. So if people have specific questions that they would want to ask, they can follow up with those and see how we can further engage. So like I said, we open the floor for our viewers and listeners to ask any specific questions. And there's one that has already come for Cassie. So I'll ask this really quickly, which says that there are a number of underserved and vulnerable populations and communities that are not reached with these services. What is Procter and Gamble currently doing, or what are the opportunities for CSR to intervene to increase access to these opportunities to young people?
Yeah, this is a great question, and this is something I personally am hugely passionate about, and I'm so lucky that I get to work on this because it means that I get to use Procter and Gamble's resources to make a difference, right? And so what it is that we're doing is we have our program which is called Always Keeping Girls in School. So it is tied to our Always brand, which is our sanitary pads that we provide, but it is purely a donation experience that we provide to girls across Africa, right? So we have really strong programs today in South Africa, in Kenya, and in Nigeria. And we are working every single day to expand these programs to reach more and more girls. Essentially, this program is broken up into two parts, right? So, earlier I spoke about, addressing, firstly, awareness, right? And then secondly, acceptance. And then thirdly, this idea of accessibility. And so our program is broken down into two parts to address those three things. The first part of this program is about providing puberty education to these girls, and these are girls in disadvantaged areas, in really far-flung areas across Africa, that we have, through our system and through our NGO partners, are now able to reach. And we're able to give them puberty education. This education is given to them by a qualified healthcare professional. Usually it's a nurse, who delivers this puberty education so that these girls understand. And we're coming in really at very early stages, right? So we're getting in when these girls are in grade 5, 6, 7, 8, and then in grade 9. Now, by then it's a bit late because they've already started their periods, but it's still great to be able to provide them with that education. So this is the first thing that we're doing so that they understand what's happening with their bodies, and we challenge this idea of the stigma, the taboo, and any kind of shame that comes with it. The second thing that we do through our Always Keeping Girls in School program is we provide donations of pads, right? So, depending on where we are on the continent, this can be up to 6 months, up to 1 year's supply of pads that we will give to these girls, that we'll donate to them, to the girls that really are the most in need. So far to date, just to put out some numbers, we've put out about 7 million pads, donated about 7 million pads just in the last 5 years, and that's just for South Africa. Reaching well over 150,000 girls in the last 5 years as well, and working this year always and every year to see how we can grow these numbers and how we can reach more girls. So this is really the work that we're doing from a CSR perspective, tied to our Always brand and tied to the work that we're doing. So yeah.
Right, thank you very much. So the next question from our audience goes to Honorable Emma, and is asking, you shared your story earlier about the Namibian story, about how you've been able to remove tax for the tax waivers on sanitary products. One of the audience members is asking how you went about it. So if there are other countries who want to go into that process, or there are civil society organizations that are looking to follow a similar advocacy process to get that done, so they can learn a lesson or two from it.
Okay. This is actually exciting for me to talk about. I might talk at length. So I was just appointed as deputy minister last year, 2020. But before that, I worked with an organization supported by UNFPA in the Eastern and Southern African region called AFRIAN, AFRIAN Namibia. But it's also quite visible in the eastern and southern parts of Africa. And through the Namibian chapter, we've been championing sexual reproductive health rights for the longest of time. And I've gained a lot of experience and training and advocacy in trying to move sexual reproductive health right issues for young women across the country. So as soon as I got appointed, I used my parliament to try to put issues into parliament, and that is why I settled on first putting a motion on either making sanitary pads free in the country. So this is what I did. I lobbied the Minister of Finance because I was trying to be practical in my approach to see, can we go from making pads cost money, make them completely free, or can we do first, for example, to zero tax them or to exempt them from tax, which are two different things as contained in our tax act. So I did quite extensive research. I read the legal provisions. I then put together a motivation and went to lobby the Minister of Finance to hear his thoughts. Also timing, because if you bring a motion and you can't effect any change until a few months, it might die dead. So time right before reading, and lobbied him the motion in Parliament. And before I could evaluate it, because I've done some background work, he announced that as of 2022, so April 2022 is the beginning of our financial year. After this financial year, there'll be a zero tax on all sanitary pads in the country. So I think biggest lesson that in this process, in not only being a lawmaker and a legislator, also an advocate, is one. I think important to realize they do not necessarily have to be women, not necessarily have to be girls. The Minister of Gender, Deputy Minister of or Education, or any other related advocacy champion in the issues of public health, necessarily just passionate to put in the work. So the question around, oh, you're the Deputy of Information Communication Technology, but you're tabling a motion related to pads. So I think because of that efforts, I was able to get that through. And of course, working with civil society organizations that have been championing this for a long time and getting their advocacy support. So online platforms, writing op-eds to newspapers, making videos, all of that was a collective effort in getting that legislative policy and bill through, and to get everyone on board to ensure that it becomes a reality. And I'm happy it became a reality.
Right. True example of when you get young people in positions of power, they can get things done. And this is how you get it done. So congratulations for all that you've been able to achieve. Now, our next question, and before I would come to the rest of you, so we start wrapping up because we have just about 10 minutes to finish this, is on digitization and what are the opportunities for financing digitization that would support creating access. How can young people use digitization to facilitate their access and also building innovation? And also then for you, Cassie, would be what are the opportunities digital revolution can play in improving supply chains that would allow young people to interact with supply chains of large-scale corporations like Procter and Gamble. But before you respond to these, so you can think through the responses, we have Agnes from UNICEF back online with us, and she will share with us her intervention statement. Over to you, Agnes.
Uh, Thank you very much. And I'm so glad that I've been able to get back. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be able to share further on the OKY app in relation to business of menstruation in Africa. And the OKY app has become a very good innovation and a solution during this time when we had restrictions on face-to-face meetings for MH education. And this app has become very handy for the girls to be able to access MHM information. And this hockey, as we have mentioned, is an innovation co-created together with the girls, and for the girls to be able to track their period and also to access health information. So this OKY app or OK app is able to work online and offline, and this has enabled us to reach the girls and women farthest and remote places. For example, in Kenya, we have worked with the LVCT Health and the Population Services in Kenya through the adolescent program, where they are creating internet kiosks in remote places. And through this, the girls now are able to download the app and be able to access information on menstruation. In East Asia, UNICEF has also piloted peer-to-peer methodology, where the girls and women are able to talk to their peers or create what we call the Oki sisters. So because we know this peer approach is there, or where girls want to talk to other girls, then this has really helped a lot to scale up what we are doing on Oki. In terms of scaling up as UNICEF about Oki, we use the Prajas methodology or model, where other implementing partners can be able to use this model to scale up menstrual health and hygiene, and still affiliating to the founder, UNICEF. So this has enabled us to be able to scale up hockey and also to have other partners to be able to implement this hockey hub, which has become very useful for the girls and young women. And further innovation we have been able to introduce is locally produced menstrual hygiene products, especially the reusable sanitary pads. This has enhanced issues to do with accessibility and also affordability of the products. And because they are able to reach to the girls and women in the remote places, and also they have become affordable to the girls and women. Further, this has enhanced the economic empowerment of these women, because they are also involved in the production and in the marketing of these products, and also in other cases they're able to create small enterprises where they're able to earn income, and this has really enhanced them and empowered them as women. Now, in terms of enhancing that, we ensure we are scaling up and financing menstrual health and hygiene, we have to focus on a three-pronged approach, which focuses one on policy, two on product, and three on education. So on the policy, then, and development of menstrual hygiene policy, and then this creates an enabling environment. And the focus on products ensures that we have affordable and products of high quality. For example, in Kenya, through Bureau of Standards, we have standards developed for reusable uh, products. And this has enabled that girls and women are accessing products of high quality. And then the education is enhanced through the OK app, and also through development of a human-centered or user-based curriculum for menstrual hygiene, especially menstrual hygiene handbook for teachers. Now, further to enhance financing, development of the policy enables a sustainable mechanism for financing, because the policy advocates for subsidized MHM products. For example, in Kenya, we have tax-free products, although still not affordable. We need further advocacy. And through amendment of Basic Education Act, all adolescent girls in school are able to access sanitary pads in schools, which has really enhanced their performance in schools. Now, this policy further advocates for gender-sensitive water, sanitation, and hygiene facilities. That is separate facilities for boys and girls. And this has encouraged girls to be in school because they have access to clean facilities. It has also advocated for menstrual hygiene information to be everywhere to break the silence on menstruation, and this has broken down the taboos and myths and discrimination which is associated with menstruation. Further, because of the menstrual hygiene policy, the governments at the national level and county level also have included in their development plans financing for menstrual health and hygiene. And in terms of the private sector, corporate social responsibility has played a key role to enhance financing for menstrual health and hygiene, with also civil society organizations and social enterprises who have been having menstrual hygiene products which are affordable and also accessible to women and girls. And lastly, to enhance financing, integrated programming is what we are promoting to ensure that menstrual hygiene is integrated in other programs like education, health programs, water programs, gender-related programs, to make sure that we have sustainable financing for menstrual health and hygiene. Thank you. Over
Thank
to
you
you.
very much, Agnes, for that detailed assessment of the impact of Oki in Kenya. Now, I will come back to the panel, and we are running out of time. When you're having fun, time always has a way of getting in the way. But when you're answering that last question about digital inclusion, I want you to give us two of your big, bold, beautiful ideas that you're leaving the panel, the symposium with, that we need to think about moving into the next symposium, and what we can do in between that we can measure at the next symposium. So two very big, bold ideas. You can end your intervention with those two. We can keep those interventions short as well. So I'll start with you, Honorable Emma. Okay, it looks like she froze a second. So I'll come to you, Cassie, and then we'll go to Dr. Milula, and then we'll probably come back to Emma.
Sure, no worries. The conversation around digitization, and really if we broaden that to, this idea of technology and the role that technology is going to play in helping us solve, menstruation issues is something, Procter & Gamble, we discuss often, as part of our Always brand. I think something that comes to mind and something that our consumer market research is showing us is that more people, irrespective of your level of income, have access to smart devices, right? So they have access to a device that can, log onto an internet or, download an app. And this can answer the question on education and help us create the right level of awareness and acceptance that these girls need to help deal with these issues. So I would like to see something more something that creates this level of access to this information again, because information really is the key source of our power and the key source of what's going to help inform our actions. And so that's something that I'd like to see. I think another great idea, and leading the Always Keeping Girls in School program for Sub-Saharan Africa, one of our biggest issues that we have is the lack of infrastructure. That means that our traditional forms of transportation can't reach some of these areas where these young girls are. And so today, we're delivering via a truck, but then, there's potholes on the road, or, there's all these other things that inhibit our truck getting there. I'll tell you a story that happened very recently we made connections with this new school in this new area, but our truck just physically cannot get there because the infrastructure and the roads are just so bad. And so this is a barrier to success, right? So, big idea, and I'm thinking out loud here. But what if we got to a point where we could have sustainable drone deliveries, right? Right now you hear the word drone, it sounds big, it sounds expensive. But if we got to a place where we could fly into these girls, I mean, that's something that could solve our issue. We could get there quicker, we could get there better, faster, more efficiently, do our drops. They have the information that they need on their apps, and these girls are equipped with everything that they need, to move boldly through the changes that are happening in their body. So, that's me, that's what I'm thinking out loud. And if anyone has any ideas on that, I would love to hear them.
We'll take the challenge. I'll come to you, Dr. Milola. Briefly, we're going to borrow 2 minutes from the other session's time, if they don't mind. Thank you. So we can all wrap up with our 2 big, bold ideas that we want to take away from this session. Are you still there, Dr. Milola?
Hello, would you like me to take the floor, moderator?
Yes, please. To share with us.
Thank you so much. Oh, great. Thanks again for the opportunity to engage in this particular panel. Let me perhaps summarize everything that I've said into 2. We are in a situation where, of course, the private sector has been responsible mostly for preparing and supplying menstrual products that are needed for menstrual health throughout the continent. Now, we have to bring in public-private partnerships, and we have to strengthen that. And that, to be strengthened, of course, we have to improve the performance of public institutions, where conventionally organized public sector institutions face a lot of structural impediments that actually affect them from maximizing efficiencies. So we have to deal with public-private partnerships in this space. This is critical, this is useful for all of us. Then the other aspect that is also important is that we have to, in addition to improving the fiscal space, the financial resources to support menstrual products for girls and women, we also have to emphasize more on African manufacturing of many of these products. And to do this, we have to undercut different kinds of logistical costs. We have to empower our local manufacturers, our small and medium enterprises, and also ensure that we empower communities to take charge of many of these local issues. And I think this is critical for going forward. And the way we have seen the issue relating to menstruation and menstrual health is that funding for it has not been predictable. Funding for it has been going into different sectors, especially water and sanitation, infrastructure, issues surrounding environment, and other critical sectors. But we have to find a way to make funding more predictable. We also have to find a way to ensure that we know exactly what is going into MHM in different parts of our continent. And this is critical for all of us in going forward. Again, thank you for the opportunity to engage. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So wrapping up, Honorable Emma.
Thank you so much, Sydney. So first, I want to touch on the digitization issue and opportunities there. I think there's power in financial tech, fintech on the continent, how we can grow it further so that we're able to have platforms such as secure crowdfunding platform, of course, underpinned by secure cyber security platform that are implementable by cybersecurity law and data protection policies for us to achieve this. And of course, information campaigns and advocacy on social media platforms to take away that shame around the menstrual health issue and take away that sort of down looked upon issue and demystify menstrual health on the continent, especially from a cultural and social normative perspective. Secondly, I want us the big ideas around commitment to the call of action that was made in 2028 to have continual allies in respect of individual people sitting as allies to the menstrual health situation on the continent, but also organizations that are male headed and male funded to have that allyship with women and young girls, and the organizations meant to try to have them access sanitary pads and menstrual health products. But also to say that second thing would be continuous research. We need evidence-based data to encourage member states to make decisions based on the facts and not any other misconceptions about menstrual health and its impact on the development in our economies. And of course, lastly, I would hope that future across the continent we can offer free period products to school-going girls, to hospital patients, to women in correctional facilities, and adoptional standards for products to ensure that every young woman and girl across the continent can access free sanitary products with no exception.
Right. Thank you very, very much to our panelists, Dr. Milola, Honorable Theophilus, and then also Cassie, who's joined us for this panel, and to all of those who could not join us. I think the discussion really focuses on the importance of supporting young people who have brilliant initiatives and exploring financial opportunities or financing opportunities that will take menstrual health innovation to the next level, to the point where we need to get it. We couldn't have had this brilliant conversation without you. And I would also take the opportunity to thank our brilliant innovators who shared their stories with us, Jamila, Guamaka, and then also Christine. There are amazing young people out there who are doing great things. Where in 2021, young people are not only consumers of commodities, we are creators of brilliant, innovative solutions. And once we create the opportunity for them to take these solutions to the next step, we will get where we need to go. Honorable Emma is a typical example of what young people can do when you put them in positions of power. I'd like to thank all of you who's joined us today for this session. We look forward to seeing you for the following session. Please do not leave us. We'll invite our next entertainment, and Courtesy is going to share with us spoken word. I've been your moderator for this panel. My name is Sidney Kushi. I work for the UNFPA office in the Eastern Southern Africa region based in Johannesburg. Stay with us. Bye.
Thank you, Natasha, Sydney, and everyone who put that session together. That concludes this plenary. The marketplace and networking areas are now open, and don't forget to come back to the plenary room at 3:30 for our closing ceremony and the presentation of the renewed African Coalition Call to Action. We'll see you then.
chechemekwe yango sendezi mwakile kufika sana ya vinira chechemekwe yango sendezi mwakile kufika sana ya vinira chechemekwe Bageri.
Ngicela ukuhlakanipha uvule ingqondo yami ngicela ukuphumelela ebese ungipha nenhlonipho ngicela ukuhlakanipha uvule ingqondo yami ngicela ukuphumelela ebese ungipha nenhlonipho
Wow, ladies and gentlemen, honored guests, give it up for Amakhono Wesintu. Just from down the road here in Johannesburg, South Africa. That was truly amazing.
Yes.
That was amazing. We'll hear more from Amakono at the end of the show. My name is Anda Makai, and welcome to the closing session of the Africa Coalition Symposium on Menstrual Health Symposium 2021.
And my name is Stephanie Ndlovu, and yes, what a way to get things started. Sadly, we're nearing the end of our symposium. I'm sure you all agree that it has been an amazing, rewarding, and inspiring 3 days. Thank you for joining us.
But we're not quite done. We still have an incredible keynote address, the announcement of our renewed call to action, and concluding comments from 3 very special speakers.
But let's start off with a quick video featuring some highlights from the last few days.
I'm sure you'll all agree that menstrual health is an entirely natural process and that should be acknowledged and celebrated as an integral part of life.
The symposium provides an opportunity, a platform for advocacy, dialogue, knowledge and research sharing, networking and partnerships, and more importantly, sharing of best practices on approaches to menstrual health management.
Almost 500 million women and girls globally lack adequate facilities for menstrual health.
We need to go further with the agenda for affordable access to clean and safe menstrual hygiene. Products must be affordable, and this means we need to encourage low-cost solutions.
Let us all do our part to ensure that every woman and girl can achieve their full potential by guaranteeing this most basic of rights.
Thank you, Madam President. Your leadership is truly an inspiration.
And with that, the symposium is now officially open.
The Africa we want is one where every woman, girl, and person who menstruate is supported to experience healthy menstruation and is able to manage their menstruation with confidence and comfort, with dignity and pride.
And we're back for the second day of the Africa Coalition Symposium on the Menstrual Health.
Menstrual health is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity in relation to the menstrual cycle.
With these remarks, it gives me great pleasure to officially launch this technical brief. And here it is, and you'll be able to find it on the website very soon.
Community engagement is key.
And access to good menstrual health is a matter of human rights and essential to good public health.
Awesome. What an amazing event. Well done to everyone. We're really proud to have been part of it.
It's now time for a keynote address from Professor Miriam Sidibe, the Chief Mission Officer and founder of Brands on a Mission. Brands on a Mission is a B Corp aiming to get brands and companies to drive impact in health and well-being through their business models. Professor Sidibe is also the co-founder and chair of the Kenya National Business Compact on coronavirus and the woman behind the multi-award-winning and UN-recognized Global Hand Washing Day, now celebrated in over 100 countries. Professor Sidibe, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much for this introduction. It's a pleasure to be here with you today at this Menstrual Health Symposium. And I just wanted to start this talk about menstrual health hygiene and what the role of private sector and brands could actually be by sharing a couple of thoughts here. So in the very short 2 minutes that it took me to be introduced, basically 24 children under 5 would have died of preventable diseases. And that's not all. We're talking about malnutrition. We're talking about obesity as well as undernourishment affecting 1 in 3 people. We're talking about oral diseases being the biggest cause of school absenteeism. We're talking about 37 million people still living with HIV/AIDS. We're talking about 80% of girls expressing body dissatisfaction, leading to low self-esteem, depression, substance abuse. We're talking about toxic masculinity, and unhealthy stereotypes that are fueling a rise in depression amongst young men alongside domestic violence. But today, what we're going to talk about is period poverty, which affects women and girls globally without or with limited access to safe, hygienic sanitary products. That this is all beyond preventable is beyond sad. And I think on this, we're all going to agree. But the question isn't how we go forward and not whether businesses can be part of the solution, because solutions are going to come from an inclusive solutions where we bring business at the core of these conversations and what we need to change in the current business model in a way to deliver on this promise. So what I want to talk to you about today is obviously how a soap brand has reached 1 billion people with hand washing. I want to talk to you today about how, a pad brand that's working on breaking down stigma around periods. I want to talk to you today about a condom brand that is demystifying safe sex and challenging taboos. I want to talk to you today about a beauty brand called Dove, for example, that is, leading, is the world leading provider of self-esteem education for girls. I want to talk to you about the bouillon cube that's been fighting iron deficiency anemia by getting women, mothers and girls and adolescent girls to add more green leafy vegetables to their food. But first I want to start with a story. And this is me and my younger siblings, Yassine and Anissa. This is in Mali in 1984, where I grew up. It was about the septic tank. I couldn't get out. I flailed around in the dark. I was screaming for help. I was sure I would die, right? I nearly drowned in shit. And I still remember the taste, the smell, the shame like it was yesterday. It remains one of the worst days of my life. And I didn't know at this time when I fell into the septic tank that I was one of the 2 billion people on this planet that still lack a toilet. And not that the people that I know, knew that it wasn't a problem, but then what exactly could be the solution? So I finished my studies and I started working at an American NGOs in Burundi, responsible for building toilets, hand washing facilities in war zones. But then we realized very quickly that many of these toilets and hand washing facilities that we were building were being unused, because people preferred open air to our toilets. They preferred them for storing dried grains rather than, the value basically of this dried grain exceeded the value of a safe cleaning toilet that would promote health and protect girls' dignities during their periods. And at this NGO that I was working, there was something that just didn't feel right. And what to do wasn't completely clear, right? We kept talking about beneficiaries. So this is me in 1998, working in Burundi in IDP, internally displaced camps. And we kept talking about beneficiary. And there was something that just, felt wrong and bothered me deeply, because the constant focus was around donors who we believe, paid for everything. Our success depended on writing these grant applications for funding, and those grants measured success by how many toilets we built, not on whether or not they were actually being used. So something was fundamentally wrong here. And even as my colleagues and I kept seeing a lot of empty toilets as the beneficiaries weren't using them as intended. So I started to wonder, is there a better solution to this problem? So I went back to school. I equipped myself with a doctorate in public health from the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine with Professor Val Curtis. I spent a couple of years researching why are kids washing their hands, or rather not washing their hands. Then I went to present these findings to a company that had funded my research, and I didn't know at the time, Unilever. They offered me a job, and I thought, oh my goodness, this is it. This is the answer. And very soon I fell in love with a marketeer or with the money, but with a crucial word. And that word for me was consumer. Unlike NGOs who ended up treating the end users as beneficiaries, I saw in Unilever, a power in the consumers. Instead of taking care and giving this hand-me-down pity, they treated consumers, however vulnerable they might be, with respect and dignity. And that's because the consumers have a choice. They choose with their wallet what to do with their money. So the same young African woman that, the aid sector was considering a beneficiary, the private sector was considering a consumer, and was spending all their resources, their brightest minds, to think about what appealed to her, what color of soap she wanted, what fragrance she wanted, what she would spend the little 2 rupees or 5 Kenya shillings that she had on buying that bar of soap. And for me, that was a very exciting moment because it gave me a lot of hope. So I went from giving resources to beneficiaries in Burundi who had no choice to making solutions attractive to consumers who did have a choice, and however humble their circumstances were. And I think by doing so, I believe that I have achieved a lot more than I could have done if I had just worked alone with the public sector. Business marketing outperforms public charity. I think that much is true, at least in my 20 years of experience of having worked in the private sector and practicing public health from the private sector. I joined the marketing team instead of the CSR team or the corporate communication team. I believe that CSR was an add-on last minute and basically replicated a lot of the same donor aid mentality, where the optics mattered sometimes more than the outcomes. Instead, what I wanted to do is to tackle the heart of the issue, which was the business model, and how we use that business model by learning everything there was to learn about the 4 Ps: the product, the price, the place, exactly the people and the promotion. And to see how this packaging could really trigger a mother to want to wash her hands, or the pricing to understand how you can create a real desire to use your product, and the right advertising to change behavior so hands get washed. And for some of you that may know me and may know my background, nothing in my training as a doctorate in public health as an engineer, neither my upbringing had predicted that I would be practicing public health in a corporate. My parents had worked their entire life trying to get people to escape from poverty, and they just could not see what kind of career I would have in a corporation. However, I could see how these business models could really pioneer and operationalize new ways to address social justice through this work. And I made that my purpose, my own personal purpose. And the reason why I'm sharing this story is because I think there is still so much skepticism on what the private sector really can bring to the table and how you can link your personal purpose, which is really driving change in the menstrual health space, with what the private sector can do. And I'll share a few examples about what has been able to be achieved and what more we could do together. So I spent 15 years in Unilever to see how that would work. 10 of those have been on the world's largest antibacterial soap. I co-founded Global Hand Washing Day, which last year reached over 500 million people in over 100 countries. We developed the School of Five, a program in schools that reached 450 million school children, translated in 19 languages and in 35 countries. So words like movement, mission, purpose are often used in business. And I want you to go in there not thinking naively around what those means, right? But you'll find very quickly that if you dig beneath some of these efforts, you'll find a lot of fluffy, feel-good tasks. But that's not what happened when I was in Unilever. The word movement really applies. The work I spearheaded, it became a movement to reach 1 billion people around the world. And it wasn't just my achievement alone, of course. There was the work of many, an achievement of a joint team that believed in this shared purpose and in co-creating solutions in this marketplace. So that change happened. And most importantly, a marketing team that was able to address this social challenge of solving the 1 billion goal. So I believe that if you can show how business and specifically marketing leader can deliver change, you can address, I think, the biggest question of this century, which is how can you address real suffering in the world whilst being able to drive a profitable model as well. And that you can do tremendous good and deliver real value. And I believe it can literally fix some of the shittiest of problems. And when I look back on my own story, I can tell you this much. Sometimes shit happens so that critical shift can happen. And if you're with me on this one, the question becomes, how do we do it? So I spent 20 years practicing public health from the private sector. I have a deep belief that health and well-being is the foundation of social justice. It's the foundation of a good society, the most rewarding business investment in every sense of the term. It ranges from promoting hand washing with soap to hand hygiene, to menstrual hygiene, to malaria prevention, to better nutrition, to tackling self-esteem. I've gone as far as saying that racism is a public health issue that has to be treated with the same level of energy and consuming energy. But if you go back to some of these big corporations that we're talking about, they're becoming larger than some nation states. And business can and is often a force for good. But sometimes it's not. Sometimes it uses words like mission or purpose to disguise and market a way to make money and make the transaction not necessarily useful and leave depleted communities. And this is where I want you to think at UNFPA and today at this symposium about how businesses can really solve real problems. Really push marketeers in the business model to talk more about values and not celebrating only the solving of the real problems. I want you to think about words that are beyond purpose and really think about addressing real problems. I want you to really think about how you can link this business model with alleviating real suffering and what can brands and marketing do to help. For me, it's very simple. Big problems require company, but not to sell the idea of purpose, but to deliver on purposeful solution, not to talk about the issues, but really changing habits and attitudes at scale. We know that people should be using condoms when they're at risk of HIV. We know people should be washing their hands. They should be brushing their teeth before they go to sleep, that they should be exercising more, that we need to reduce the stigmas around periods. Yet, consumers are just not behaving in their best interest. And I think if you know what is good for you, but not necessarily act otherwise, it is basically this disconnect between what's desirable health promoting behavior and the actual day-to-day habits is the source of many of the world's most pressing public health challenges. And I think brands on a mission can interact with the consumer day in and day out, and they can right these wrongs. I believe, and I've created, and I'm on the path of creating a discipline which I call marketing for public health, which can make consumption conscientious and improve both society as a whole and individual consumers as well. But what you need at the heart of this is a mission, a measurable, actionable mission that creates this regenerative model that really bridges the divide between what brands say versus what they do in a way that it benefits the community as well. And that it rewards the consumer, that same consumer I was talking to you about that I fell in love with more than just a feeling of belonging, but gives rewards to them. What I'm going to talk to you about today is how you bring this mission alive and how you, with your programs, fit into it. So I take a lot of my inspiration from the baobab tree from Africa, a purpose tree with 5 main roots, and the baobab are known as the tree of life. They provide shelter, clothing, food, water. They're not only majestics, but they can live up to 1,000 years. There's even one in South Africa that's more than 6 years. A lot of the major decisions are actually taken in their shades. And similarly to brands, they are powerful. And I believe that if you water the roots and you fertilize and nurture them as necessary, you will reap great rewards. So let me quickly take you through some of the roots that I'm talking about. So if we just pause for a moment and think about behavior change and the importance of instilling positive social norms within the work that you are doing. The key question is how to get these biggest companies and brands that are spending so much money on marketing to actually drive a positive social impact with that, a positive social norms, right? I talked to you about, Knorr devising this brilliant campaign to address iron deficiency anemia, and use local celebrity TV advertising, song and dance to get mothers and teenage daughters to add green leafy vegetables in their beef stew in Nigeria. How to get the largest beer company and some of the biggest beer brands to be an ally to the reduction of harmful use of alcohol. And here I'm talking about a brand, and I don't know whether you've seen it, Carling Black Label in South Africa, that created a group called, Champion Men, which equipped men with values to tackle toxic masculinity. Almost started also smart drinking squads. We work with men across South Africa to modify their drinking behavior. So that's just a couple of those examples around behavior change that we talked about. The second one, which I think is really important to this conference, is around the need for creation of partnership and multi-stakeholder, coalitions that can really drive real change to what you're trying to do. And how do you embed them into the business model? I'm sure a lot of you have heard of Durex. It's a great condom brand and the work they've done, partnering with MTV to encourage young people to talk openly about sex, to transform the taboos around this. But, I'm going to go back to the example on Lifebuoy and hand washing and the fact that, all of a sudden we had, not all of a sudden, decade into this work, we had Sight Savers, which is the world's largest NGO on visually impairment, came to us and said, look, we need people to help us get hand washing in the face and face washing, because that's one of the reasons why trachoma is actually passed. So washing your hands and face can reduce trachoma by 60%. Fortunately, many of the nonprofits are finally coming around to the power of these brands. And rather than pushing companies to be just, conventionally philanthropic, they're realizing that a profit motive is a lot more sustainable than just CSR. And I think that's part of the conversation that I do want to drive here today. If you move to the third route, which is around advocacy, how do you drive change around advocacy? And I'm going to focus a bit more around the kind of example that exists in this field and what some of these brands are doing. For advocacy and brand advocacy is about systemic change. It's about really changing the system and seeing where you are in there. And a lot of these brands have the creative and the financial resources to do so. So if I just take AfriPads, for example, which is the world's leading social enterprise manufacturing reusable sanitary pads, will reach 3.5 million people in over 37 countries, 70% of those being, refugee and women. But imagine what you could do if there was an opportunity to really scale this up and make it a mainstream brand that you could just buy in every single retailer. Think about Kotex, and I'm sure you've talked about them during this symposium, and the She Can initiative that champions women's progress by fighting period stigma and the barriers that they cause. By promoting access to education in schools and communities, and by helping to open doors so women gain equal opportunities. I'm sure you talked about Finks as well, which is an underwear that absorbs your periods. That has, launched a strong appeal to younger consumer and runs an education program called Everybody. Whether we're talking about a B Corp in America called Cora that, manufactures organic tampons and natural pads and partners in Kenya with Zana Africa. Or you talked about, Bodyform and Libres that basically launched a campaign called Womb Stories to share their experiences of womanhood. The idea around systemic change is basically this opportunity that you will drive to work together to think about tackling a social issue irrespective of what your brand is. And this is how we developed Global Hand Washing Day. With all our various competitors, you sat on and created a day that would enable us to be able to drive some of this, advocacy and profiling around hand washing with soap. I have to say COVID-19 accelerated a lot of this, obviously. The fourth route, which I think is really important as you're thinking about working with the private sector, is the kind of measurements that's required and how to encourage a lot of these companies to do more than just a little bit of PR around the social issue we're trying to drive. So the first is, if you're not coming up with a business model that really tracks business measures, we are really wasting a lot of time because it will just stay very superficial. And I think that's really important. It's about coming out with this business model at the heart of the conversation so that you can really drive that impact. I think for me, it's about, I've always seen that the best employees stay when you can link somehow your social impact straight to their own purpose, right? Is it helping to really retain some of these companies' employees? And can you get the best, brightest of minds working on menstrual health? I think, and pads, innovations, for example. I think for me, that would be a great output of where we are. And then, of course, thinking about, what social impact and whether or not these brands and companies cannot just jump on the bandwagon of the social issue, but be kept accountable for actually delivering on this. And the final route, which I talk about quite a lot, is around aligning everyone towards the biggest mission. And I think that starts with the kind of leadership, the kind of CEOs and the kind of influencing that one can do from CEO level all the way to brand assistant. But in a way that you can create a new culture of really driving impact at the heart of the coalition. And I've been very lucky. I worked with amazing CEOs from Paul Polman to Alan Job to Carlos Brito, and I think for me the question is, how do you create an all-in approach? How do you make sure that the mission that you're going to be driving for your brand is actually part of everything that the company does? And that's how you will reap a real benefit in driving this social issue. I think if you address these 5 roots of the purpose tree together, you can turn yourself into what I call the chief mission officer, and this is who I am, right? And create the kind of lasting solutions that solve some of these big problems whilst making money. And this is how you can influence some of these business models that companies are desperately trying to create in an era where social impact and social purpose is everything. This is how you can create a mission that serves the communities and serves the relationship, not just the transaction. And it can be regenerative. It serves health. It serves wealth. It serves global as well as local. It isn't about you believing that you stand for something. It's just as much about who you stand with and how you have delivered the benefits around you. The purpose tree is what allows you to not have this depletive purpose that extracts and leaves the consumer worse off after the transaction. And every touch point of the consumers by the brand can drive and move from a beneficiary to consumer, and now my newfound love, a co-creator. And what I teach a lot of brands and business models in how to integrate the SDGs at the heart of those business models. Because you'll be surprised how professors in many of the big business schools have never heard of the SDGs. And, I wanted to come to speak to you today because what you do matters, because you can influence how we change those business models. You can inspire the private sector to tackle these issues, not only by asking them for CSR money, by asking them to really tackle the issues and bring them on board as equal player. Because very simple, brands are critical contenders for the fight in social justice because they have the most powerful weapon of all. They have a relationship with the consumers. The same consumers that they're dealing with are also people that you are trying to get better lives for. And we shouldn't do it for them or take from them, but to be in a mutually beneficial relationship where we all profit from progress. And I think when a brand aligns with its consumer, to not just sell them something, but to join together to solve something, these shitty things get fixed. You would have noticed by now my obsession with shit, and you now understand where that's coming from. But, for me, it's about thinking about multi-stakeholder partnerships that one could create, like the National Business Compact on coronavirus, where we had 51 companies get together according to the UN as well, and supported by the government of Kenya. And it's about stopping to think about us as chief marketing officer, and really keep our idea of selling the idea of good, but instead delivering on good solutions. And I think it's very possible, especially in the area of public health, to harness the power of brands and leaders to really do good. And I invite you to do the same. I think, as a closing comment here that I'd like to maybe share with you, if we change those business models, if we integrate the SDGs in this business model, we will solve a lot of the world's problems. And we will solve them innovatively, and we will solve them in the way shown is that we can be that type of chief mission officer that's really waging altruism, the essential linchpin who serves their corporation and their consumers. And I think this will help build better companies, build better public-private partnership that create this lasting, collaborative, impactful solution. And I think you here at this symposium can join with those and create this purpose revolution to challenge the government, to challenge the multi-sectoral, multilateral organization and civil society to fix these big things, to make sure that no more children will die from preventable diseases, and that we do not have people who menstruate not having access to some of these pads. I think you are the shift that can really make the shit happen. I'd like to thank you for inviting me here today.
Thank you so much, Professor Sidibe, for your contribution to the impact of our businesses both locally and globally. Now, to elaborate on that point, it is my great pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Mary Grace Sande, who represents the leadership of the African Coalition for Menstrual Health Management and Women Uganda. She is dedicated to building collaborative partnerships to support the girls, the women, and the host communities among whom Women Uganda works.
Thank you very much, everyone. I have been introduced, and here I am. Very, very happy, full of confidence, and I'm passing a vote of thanks, a great one, on behalf of the African Coalition for Menstrual Health to all those, each and every one, protocol observed, who has made it possible for the African Coalition to commemorate and celebrate the progress so far made. Menstrual health, even in the holy books, has been silent and non-contagious issue, but has greatly affected those who go through it for life. I have been there. Special thanks go to the academia, research teams, the UN family, younger leaders, the private sector, for all the contributions so far to put us on this forum and not miss a year. We have recompensated for 2020. And to the UNFPA family, thank you very much for enabling the coalition to remotely present the symposium worldwide. The African Coalition for Menstrual Health has 600 members, but enough compared to the magnitude of the menstrual needs. And I call upon all the stakeholder organizations that have not yet joined to do so, as the strength and focus is now apparent, as everyone can see. All has been great, and my take home throughout the 3 days, I'm excited to say that at the beginning we were crying over solutions for menstrual hygiene, menstrual health. And today in 2021, we are seeing light that is enabling the implementers to scale up their programs, more partnerships coming on board, even very marginalized and almost neglected populations. We have reached a stage where we are talking about preparation of the girl child for menarche. And we have received today a redefinition of the menstrual cycle. Surely we shall carry it along. All the participants have agreed that the work being carried out by civil society organizations and NGOs needs the will of governments. And we have had very good examples of government-led programs that are supporting gender protection issues, right from health, to education, to water and sanitation. Really, the UNFPA has set a vibrant pace to support menstrual health, even as we still struggle with COVID-19. You know very well that some of our countries, including Uganda, we are at risk of COVID-19, the variant one. But the UNFPA is not giving up. Also, as the menstruators struggle with product prices, dignity has to be addressed to include informed choice, public space, product provision, and hygiene. Who knows? By the time we convene again in 2023, we may be talking about vending machines on the streets for the menstrual products any time of the day. I'm so happy that Kenya is a leading example on tax reduction, and this action needs to be globally embraced. All of us who are looking forward to supporting menstrual health should ensure that that extra cost is saved for that girl, the vulnerable one. Another one is that marginalized populations, including the humanitarian settings, need bigger support because conflict and emergencies still exist. Think about floods that are going on now. How does a woman carry on with menstruation when they don't have the products? They can't reach them. They're running away from Congo. Those in Congo are running away from the volcanic eruption, emergencies. But do they remember the menstrual products and for how long? So wherever they stop, I'm calling UN family to be sure that the dignity kit has more of menstrual products than anything else. Another take home is that research work is being inclusively stepped up to medically address menstrual disorders with a call for classification on menstrual disorder resultant ailments. Better understanding of what interventions work and which do not work. We need to improve access, disposal, affordable environment protection in schools, the workplace, and beyond in communities. This will greatly need additional funding. So, among our audiences in these 3 days, presenters, the reach out all of you have had. If you have been supporting us with funding, we need a little more. What about male involvement? I think that is the best thing that is happening to us in menstruation. Since the advent of HIV/AIDS, when we women needed you, the male, most. But here we are now. We know there are families which are male-headed. We know when mothers run away because of gender-based violence, or they die, leaving behind children. Just like in this forum, it has greatly affected us, and encouraged us. As I conclude, dear friends, tomorrow Friday is 28th May. It is the International Mental Health Day. Please continue to amplify the mental health message so that we reach out in all corners of the world. Thank you very much for participating fully and willingly. God bless you.
Gets late. I want to begin by sincerely thanking the African Coalition for Menstrual Health Management, the UNFPA, the Menstrual Health Day Secretariat, and all the organizations who came together to facilitate this really important conversation on how we can help improve menstrual health. I want to thank all the participants for joining the conversation and making your voices heard. I've been really inspired by the open, rich and interactive discussions that spoke to the need for urgency, for agency and for unity when it comes to menstrual health. On any single day, 800 million people are menstruating and grappling with the unique challenges of doing so in a global pandemic. Periods don't stop during a pandemic. And for millions of people, managing menstruation and addressing the taboo and stigma associated with it is critical to ensuring their human rights, health, and dignity. As some countries emerge from the peak of the pandemic, and the challenge for millions of people who menstruate continues. Take, for example, Shakira from Uganda, who's 14 years old. She dreads having her period every month because it would mean buying more disposable pads with money her family doesn't have because her parents lost their jobs in the pandemic. A packet of disposable sanitary pads costs 84 cents, much more than a small loaf of bread. Or take Walker from Ethiopia. She's 14 and she was displaced from her home following the fighting in Tigray. And she hasn't been able to access disposable pads in the 7 months since seeking shelter in one of the refugee centers. Or Rebecca from Malawi at 16. She says onset is an indication to family and community that the girl is ready for marriage. So girls have to hide their experiences just so they can continue going to school. In our efforts as Plan International to understand the specific problems COVID-19 has posed for managing menstrual health, we asked some of our professionals in the field, and there were 7 key points. Restricted access to products, either through shortages or disrupted supply chains. Restricted access to wash facilities to help change, clean and dispose of sanitary products. Increased and prohibited prices of products and less money to buy them. Lack of access to information, reduced access and availability of clean water, a less hygienic environment for sanitary hygiene product disposal, and increased stigma and shaming or harmful cultural practices associated with menstruation. In our work with communities, we've learned the importance of tackling stigma and taboos related to menstruation. We learned the importance of all children, adolescents and young people having access to comprehensive sexuality education from before the onset of puberty so that they can make informed decisions about their menstrual health. Girls and young people who menstruate must take center stage, leading the conversation, defining the priorities and building their agency. It's been wonderful to hear the younger voices in this conference and Plan International commits to promote the leadership of young people who menstruate as key partners in decisions relating to their menstrual health. For comprehensive sexuality education and menstrual education to be successful, we must also continue to work with parents, caregivers, community members, religious and traditional leaders to build those supportive environments and break the silence and end period stigma. Indeed, menstrual health is a core facet of sexual and reproductive health and rights, and huge congratulations to UNFPA and partners for launching the technical brief on integrating menstrual health in SRHR policies and programs. This is a big milestone that Plan International will actively reference across our interventions. For us, it will catalyse our ambition that 100 million girls learn, lead, decide and thrive. As I conclude, it's important to recognise and emphasise that despite the growing attention to menstrual health over the last decade, funding levels are marginal and nowhere near what's required to address the challenges and needs. In this conference, we've heard the extent of challenges and the importance of addressing them if we're going to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. And we've heard so many success stories, and we know that we have solutions to address the challenges. We know that things can change, but for them to do so, we need to align our efforts and work together across technical sectors like health and education, but also across government, business, and civil society. As Professor Miriam was saying, with business really getting their power working, there is so much that can happen and so fast. So we need to help youth leaders and traditional leaders to act together. This is why this coalition is so important. Plan will be joining the African Coalition for Menstrual Health Management, and we will continue to invest in and scale up quality, comprehensive sexuality education programming in the region. We'll include menstrual health education with children, adolescents and young people, and work with their communities to tackle period-related stigma and taboos. And we urge others to do the same. This coalition is exactly what we need to help us align our actions and influence to learn from our best successes. We'll contribute to consistent advocacy towards governments, donors, humanitarian and development actors, and community and religious leaders to ensure that menstrual health and rights for all. This will include implementing multi-million, multi-year, gender-responsive menstrual health programs in all regions in which we work, with particular focus on improving access to menstrual health information and services. Our programs will work to challenge stigma related to adolescent sexuality and target norms that control female sexuality. This symposium has shown us that progress is still slow and periods don't stop for pandemics, conflicts, cyclones, or economic hardship. To ensure good menstrual health is to promote gender equality, and we need to step up action now. Thank you very much indeed.
That was Roger Yates, Director for Plan International, covering East and Southern Africa and the Middle East. Roger previously worked in Plan as Director for Disaster Risk Management. He has also worked in both development and emergencies since 1984, mostly in Africa. Roger, thank you for your reflections on the outcome of this symposium.
It is now time to unveil the renewed Africa Coalition call to action, as determined by the proceedings of this symposium. The renewed call to action has been endorsed by the leadership of the Africa Coalition for Menstrual Health Management. It will be uploaded and opened to comments for 10 days from tomorrow on the Africa Coalition for Menstrual Health Management website. Now, you may share your comments using the email address you will find under the Contacts tab. To read out the text of the renewed call of action, we have 3 women representing different generations to acknowledge the life cycle approach from menarche to menopause.
The Africa Coalition call to action. It's time to act, period. We, representatives of government, national parliaments, development partners, United Nations, academia, civil society organizations, communities, faith-based organizations, philanthropic foundations, the private sector youth, women, networks, and the media recognize our role as agents of change and providers of social services at all levels and acknowledge our responsibility to safeguard the sexual and reproductive health, rights, and justice of all. We recognize menstrual health as a critical component of the human right to health and essential for the well-being and the empowerment and rights of girls, women, and all people who menstruate, communities, and nations. We are aware that experiences with menstruation can either facilitate or impede the fulfillment of a broad range of human rights, in particular, sexual and reproductive rights. We recognize that when human rights are protected, respected, and fulfilled, girls, women, and all people who menstruate are more likely to experience menstruation in a safe, healthy, and dignified manner. We acknowledge that menstrual health matters for the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, the Convention on the Rights of the Child, the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, the SADC Strategy on SRHR, the Program of Action of the International Conference of Population and Development, the Maputo Protocol on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Women in Africa, the Addis Ababa Declaration on the Population and Development in Africa Beyond 2014, the Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. We recall the 2019 Nairobi review of the International Conference on Population and Development at 25, which, for the first time, addressed menstrual health, culminating in more than 20 commitments from governments, UN organizations, NGOs at regional and global level. We also recall the 2019 review and 25th anniversary of the Beijing Platform for Action that highlighted the importance of taking steps to address menstrual stigma and the provision of adequate sanitation for menstrual health. We welcome the Generation Equality Forum and its 5-year plan of action as the opportunity to take concrete actions to advance women and girls' body autonomy and enable people who menstruate to manage their menstrual health in a more dignified manner. We applaud the increased attention to menstrual health over recent years in advocacy, programming, implementation, policy research, supplies, education, and service delivery interventions. We acknowledge that the concept of menstrual health has evolved from focusing on hygiene management to a much more broader concept of health, well-being, dignity, awareness, and gender equality across the reproductive health cycle of menstruators. We acknowledge the need for integrated and holistic programming and policies to address the multifaceted nature of menstrual health. We are cognizant of the detrimental effects that the global COVID-19 pandemic has had on access to and availability of menstrual health information, services, products, funding, and programming. We understand that periods don't pause for pandemics. And while we applaud the efforts and innovations introduced to address the barriers exacerbated by the global pandemic, we are aware that a lot remains to be done. We are committed to leave no one behind, targeting the furthest behind first and addressing the menstrual health needs of all vulnerable and marginalized populations, including adolescent girls, young people, persons with disabilities and their caregivers, people living with HIV, transgender and gender non-binary persons, sex workers, prisoners, injecting drug users, low-level corporate cadres, survivors of female genital mutilation, homeless people, migrants, people on the move, and internally displaced populations. We understand the importance of addressing menstrual health for all people who menstruate in diverse contexts, especially those in vulnerable situations, including humanitarian settings, low-income contexts, remote areas, health centers, urban and peri-urban settings, informal settings, correctional and other institutional settings. We acknowledge the progress made in many countries to strengthen policies for menstrual health. However, we do recognize that efforts to strengthen and harmonize the menstrual health policy environment remain uneven across the continent.
We affirm that menstruation
and other forms of uterine bleeding are a priority across the full life cycle of girls, women, and all people who menstruate. We recognize the need for programs and policies that ensure integrated and inclusive approaches to provide menstrual health information, services, and social support from pre-menstruation to menopause, ensuring bodily literacy, bodily autonomy and agency, and the right to self-determination for all people who menstruate. We recognize the need to ensure access to and informed choices about quality menstrual health services as part of universal health coverage and an integrated package of comprehensive sexual and reproductive health services throughout life cycle. We support a holistic understanding of menstrual health services, including those that addresses menstrual disorders, vaginal bleeding associated with pregnancy, childbirth, postpartum, miscarriage, fibroids and other morbidities, cancers and endometriosis, psychosocial and mental health issues, and menstrual stigma. We acknowledge the need to harmonize and develop evidence-based guidelines and standards with clear requirements for products, supplies, water, sanitation, and disposable waste management, adhering to the AAA framework: availability, accessibility, acceptability, and quality, including human resources. We are aware of the influences that social, religious, and cultural norms and stigma about menstruation have on bodily autonomy, including mental health, self-esteem, agency, and the daily practices of people who menstruate throughout their life. We emphasize the role of communities, parents, guardians, men and boys in overcoming social stigma and creating supportive and gender equitable environments. We also recognize the contribution of menstrual health to the elimination of harmful practices such as child marriage through increasing school attendance and the reduction of school dropout rates. We highlight the importance of the intersectoral collaboration, including among the education and the health sector, to improve access to and the quality of menstrual health education in and out of school. We acknowledge that menstrual health education is an essential component of comprehensive sexuality education and underscore the importance of providing girls, women, and people who menstruate with accurate, timely, and empowering menstrual health information throughout the full life course. We are aware of the urgent need to address the environmental impacts related to the production, distribution, and disposal of menstrual products. We recognize the need to undertake systematic efforts to improve water and sanitation facilities, including environmentally friendly disposal and waste management in schools, communities, health centers, and workplaces, as well as accessible wash facilities and services, including for persons with disabilities. We are cognizant of the need to generate more robust and standardized empirical data on menstrual health, including the determinants of menstrual health, effective interventions for improving menstrual health, and the linkages with education, gender equality, sexual and reproductive health, mental health, and economic and social empowerment. We recognize that systematic evidence is required to guide policy and programming decisions. We recognize that diseases, vaccines, and treatments affect girls, women, and people who menstruate differently than men. We underscore the need to strengthen the enabling environment for menstrual health innovation and digital technology mainstreaming to reach those furthest behind first. with solutions that work for different ages, geographic locations, socio-economic status, and physical abilities. This includes supporting innovative community-based solutions, mainstreaming digital technology, and ensuring meaningful youth participation. We also recognize the critical role of the private sector to advance innovative solutions to increase access to menstrual health products, information, and services. We recognize the catalytic and transformative roles of continental and regional institutions, national governments, the United Nations Development System, multilateral development banks, international financial institutions, private sector, and individuals to accelerate sustainable, evidence-based financing for menstrual health. We underscore the unique and evolving opportunity presented by the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement under the leadership of the African Union to promote local manufacturing and a continental value chain. We acknowledge the contributions made thus far by the African Coalition for Menstrual Health to advancing menstrual health across Africa, including improving the coordination among key menstrual health stakeholders, expanding the evidence base, and translating research into action and supporting multi-sectoral policy development across Africa.
We commit to advocating for specific references to menstrual health in normative frameworks, including reviews of the Sustainable Development Goals, in particular the goals pertaining to sexual, reproductive health and rights and gender equality, the ICPD Program of Action, and other international existing accountability mechanisms such as Universal Periodic Review. Ensuring that menstrual health is included in all humanitarian emergency response and recovery plans, disaster risk reductions, climate adaptations, COVID-19 response and recovery. Identifying, documenting, and scaling up high-impact practices for integrating menstrual health within sexual and reproductive health and rights, and WASH programs, service delivery, education, and supply chain management to address the needs of girls, women, and people who menstruate by following a people-centered, right-based life cycle approach. Collaborating with global, regional, and national stakeholders to create clearly defined set of standardized, valid, and objectively measurable indicators to assess menstrual health outcomes, cost and benefits of menstrual health interventions, and the social and economic cost of inadequately addressing the menstrual health and how it impacts other health and development outcomes. Investing in innovative solutions to integrate menstrual health in national financing frameworks and policies, including monetary policies, costed multi-sectoral policies and plans at a national and subnational levels, as well as leveraging sustainable financing instruments and financial protection strategies for menstrual health. Galvanizing political leadership, improving cross-sectoral collaboration, and establishing accountability mechanism for menstrual health on a national, regional, and transnational level. This includes ensuring effective coordination for the integration of menstrual health within existing development, humanitarian, and peace-building programs. Encouraging the private sector to play an active role in multi-stakeholder partnerships and increasing the innovations to improve the quality, safety, affordability, and accessibility of menstrual products, information, and services. Leaving no one behind, targeting the further left behind first by ensuring the full meaningful participation of vulnerable and marginalized groups in all phases of decision making for menstrual health policy and programs, as well as scaling up tailored interventions to meet their specific needs. Positioning efforts to ensure bodily autonomy and integrity by tackling menstrual stigma and restrictive social and cultural norms as central to the menstrual health efforts. This includes engaging with individuals, parents, communities, religious and cultural leaders, men and boys, to create a normative, supportive cultural environment for menstrual health. Advancing efforts to create standards for efficacy, health, and environmental safety of full range of menstrual products and materials. Expanding the research on how diseases, treatments, and vaccines affect girls, women, and people who menstruate differently to promote adaptive promotion, representative, preventive, and treatment measures to produce better health. Strengthening the mandate, functionality, and membership base of the African Coalition for Menstrual Health, with the focus on convening a community of practitioners for menstrual health in Africa and facilitating scale-up and evidence-based solutions for menstrual health. In addition, strengthening the capacity of the coalition to strengthen connection and collaboration with global and other regional platforms and coordination mechanism on the continent for menstrual health to enhance collective effort. Finally, we recommit to holding the next symposium on menstrual health in 2023 to review progress made on frameworks and research and share key successes, challenges, and lessons learned.
What an incredible document. I'm sure I speak for everyone when I say that we are honored to support this renewed call to action so that we may move forward towards a more equitable and sustainable approach to menstrual health in all its forms.
Absolutely. And now it's time to wrap things up as we bring this symposium to a close. And I can't think of a better or anyone better to deliver concluding remarks than our very own Dr. Julita Onabanjo, Regional Director of the UNFPA East and Southern Africa. Dr. Julita, the floor is yours.
Distinguished delegates and participants, colleagues, partners, and friends, good afternoon, and what a beautiful, beautiful day. There we have it. What a fantastically successful symposium we've had. My congratulations to the Africa Coalition on Menstrual Health Management. Now we call you the Africa Coalition on Menstrual Health to reflect our evolving and holistic definition of menstrual health. Thank you for successfully hosting what truly has been an inspiring, productive, and impactful symposium. And despite the virtual nature, it has been important that we have come together at this auspicious time to be able to share our progress, reflect on the gaps, be exposed to innovative programs, products, and policy solutions, and to renew our call to action to realize the highest levels of menstrual health and rights in Africa. New partnerships have been forged and exciting ones have been strengthened. And it was really good to see the exchange of business cards and contacts over the chat and virtual networking space. On behalf of UNFPA, the United Nations Sexual and Reproductive Health Agency, I thank you. I thank all of you for your active participation. What makes such a gathering exceptional is the passion and dedication of all the people and organizations that invest their time, expertise, voice, enthusiasm, and commitment. And you have brought all this to the symposium over the last 3 days. And as we close out this 2021 symposium, I know the same energy shown will keep us driven as we collectively go forward with the promise to make the positive difference in the lives of all people who menstruate in Africa. My special thanks and appreciation to Her Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia, who started us off, a continental leader we can lean on. To the First Lady of Malawi, Her Excellency Monica Chakwera, who has shown important commitment to the work of menstrual health in Malawi. To the UNFPA Deputy Executive Director, Dr. Diana Keita, to the senior officials of government, regional economic communities, our African Development Bank brother, and our UN sister agencies, WHO, UNESCO, UNICEF, UN Women, UN Office of High Commissioner of Human Rights, UNHCR, UNDP, the World Bank. They have jointly supported and participated in the shaping of and execution of this symposium. I cannot overemphasize the role that development partners and donors have played, and civil society, young leaders, youth and women organizations, the private sector, the multilateral banks, researchers, parliamentarians, faith-based and cultural organizations, social entrepreneurs, and really, innovators, academic institutions, and the media, the artists that have been with us through this symposium, the communication fraternity, including our fantastic anchors, Stephanie and Yanda, and really the excellent team from Man-Made. You've all shared your expertise, experience, and talent in support to the Africa Coalition on Menstrual Health and this symposium. And I wish you would hear my applause, but I am saying I applaud you all. Dear colleagues and friends, the successful execution of this continental and multi-partner symposium indeed reflects the collaborative spirit, coordinated efforts and movement, and that movement, and I'm going to use Prof's word, the movement required to break the silence around menstrual health, while addressing the multi-layer barriers that hold all people who menstruate from experiencing menstruation in a really healthy, respectful, and dignified manner. I am most heartened that we have consensus. And I think over and over we heard messages that speak to the way we must go forward. This symposium has led to renewed call to action, a powerful one that has just been shared by Zianda, Tato, and Maureen, representing, as we saw, 3 generations of those who menstruate. This renewed call reflects the urgency of ensuring a comprehensive, human-centered, rights-based, resilient, multisectoral, integrated approach to menstrual health by following that life course approach. A renewed call to action that not only reaffirms commitments made in 2018, but that has enriched its promise in light of identified progress and gaps, as we saw laid out in the stock-taking assessment that Womena has done. A renewed call to action that is taking into context new challenges and emerging issues, and we heard them ranging from COVID-19 pandemics to the conflicts that we see on the continent, to food insecurity and nutrition and other humanitarian emergencies, and the importance of integrating menstrual health across and within multiple and intersecting sectors, including into sexual and reproductive health policies and programs. And a renewed call to action that has captured the importance of assessing impactful evidence and results-driven innovative solutions, including digital solutions and sustainable financing options to accelerate and scale up actions. Such renewed commitments are not made in isolation or just this 3 days. They reflect the commitments that many of your organizations and our member states have made, including at the Nairobi Summit on the ICPD 25 in 2019, and the promises expected to be made at the Generation Equality Forum in Paris next month, especially as menstrual health links to the principles of what we've heard of in terms of bodily autonomy, self-determination, gender equality, and social justice. We're therefore amplifying and committing further to the realization of menstrual health in Africa. And it must be our collective responsibility to keep our commitments. We have to keep our commitments to ensure accountability and to really seize opportunities for scalable action. It is our time to act, period. UNFPA, we stand ready to continue supporting this agenda, and we will do all in our power to keep our promise. You can count on us, as I count on all of you, to make menstrual health a reality for all segments of the population who menstruate, in all their settings, in all their diversities, and no matter what the challenge of the moment will be. Where there's a will, there is a way. COVID has taught us that what may seem impossible is impossible. COVID has also taught us we cannot afford the price of inaction. And we've heard it, periods do not pause, and neither should we, for far too many women and girls who menstruate rely on our joint work to retain their dignity and well-being. Dear participants, colleagues, and friends, during this symposium, we have brought the voices and told many stories of the many menstruators from different parts of the continent. We as UNFPA articulate our vision through how we do impact the lives and trajectory of a 10-year-old girl. It is for this 10-year-old girl that we must continue to build on, expand and strengthen this Africa Coalition on Menstrual Health. We are already a formidable convener and champion of menstrual health, especially in this sub-region. And I do want to make reference again to the virtual symposium on menstrual health and hygiene that's going on in West and Central Africa this week, and will yet be another stepping stone in expanding the coalition and sharing South-South and triangular cooperation. And as I sincerely thank the donors, especially the Swiss Agency for Development Cooperation, that have contributed to not only this symposium, but to the running of the coalition's secretariat in UNFPA, and even more important, to the work and progress achieved and that we've heard. It's been fantastic just listening to the work that's been done on the ground. It's essential that we do, however, call for additional resources to be invested in the coalition, in partnerships, and in the work of menstrual health on the continent. The return on investments are priceless in the lives of women and girls and those who menstruate, half of the world's population. Our partnerships across sectors in the public and private domain, as well as the civil society and academia, are essential and must be prioritized. And Prof, we want to say thank you, Professor Miriam Sidibe. Your keynote presentation has inspired me, and I'm sure you as well, to think creatively around brands, around business models, and how those change the mindset and galvanize the political will to influence positively menstrual and menstrually related behaviors. Let's continue to challenge ourselves with new ideas and innovation while scaling up what is proven to work. Importantly, let's ensure that programs and actions are measurable and time-bound. We have less than 9 years to achieve the SDGs, and we still have an unfinished business to take care of to realize the ICPD program of action. We need scale to scale up. We need evidence-based actions. We need mobilized resources. We need to sustain financing, and we need to act fast. Dear colleagues and friends, let me end. The Africa proverb, sticks in a bundle are unbreakable. It's true today as ever. The unfinished work in sexual and reproductive health, in gender equality and menstrual health should continue to compel us to work hand in hand and side by side so we make even larger impact. We must stand together and take bold and confident steps forward together. And when we meet again in 2023, as we have committed to, we can yet again celebrate our progress. Till then, on behalf of UNFPA, I reaffirm our commitments to continue to be the foremost partner in menstrual health in Africa. We will continue to champion menstrual health as a cornerstone of the overall health and well-being of half of the world's population until every girl, woman, and person who menstruates enjoys the health, respect, and dignity they so deserve. As I close, allow me to mention that I shall soon be leaving the Eastern Southern Africa region to join the team at UNFPA in New York headquarters. But I still give you my personal commitment that I will continue to champion menstrual health as an integral element of sexual and reproductive health and rights in my new role and to work closely with the coalition. It has been such an honor to be part of this coalition. With these last words, it is my pleasure to declare the Africa Coalition Symposium on Menstrual Health officially concluded. Have a great Menstrual Health and Hygiene Day tomorrow and every day. And thank you all ever so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Julita, for your kind words of conclusion and the work you've done for our continent, and wish you all the best for your future endeavors and your journey with the New York office. Ladies and gentlemen, honored guests, that almost brings us to the end of the Africa Coalition Symposium on Menstrual Health. We trust that you found the content enlightening, inspirational, and productive.
And we look forward to working together with you in the future so that the renewed call to action on menstrual health is fully realized for this betterment of us all.
I couldn't agree more, Steph. But before we wrap up, what do you say, one more performance by our talented choir, yes?
Yes.
Okay. So please welcome back Amakhono Wesintu.
Africa, oh, manonengwa, Africa, 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 oh, Africa, oh, manonengwa, Africa, 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 yeah, Africa, sinotano. Africa, sihlukanisa jonga ngoku simanyene sonke butsanani suntuza South Africa yethu sonke sinabantwana bomuntu Africa oh yeah oh Africa 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 oh yeah oh Africa 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 Africa
And that, Stephanie, is that. I feel that I've really learned a lot and grown from this experience.
Yes, me too, Ayanda. So much valuable information to digest. Now, if you have not yet joined the Africa Coalition on Menstrual Health, this is your opportunity. You can do so by visiting the website acmhm.org. The report of this symposium and much more will be available soon on the website as well. Stay in touch. Together we can make menstrual health a reality for all people who menstruate. We'd also like to invite you to join us for a casual chat about this symposium that will take place on our Facebook page, so keep an eye on that for details. And with that, it is very warm goodbye from me, Stephanie Ndlovu. It was a real pleasure to be here.
And from me, Ayanda Makai, thank you for joining us. And thank you to the huge team who really worked around the clock to make this symposium such a success. You are appreciated. And don't forget, tomorrow is International Menstrual Hygiene Day. So be strong, be proud, and let's continue the discussion.
Yes, so happy Menstrual Hygiene Day, everyone. And until we meet again, stay healthy, stay happy, and stay safe. We play out with a performance by Mijora.
Guess I'm starting from the clear. I can feel I'm changing into a woman that is dear. I can feel my body shaping. I've been scared, I've been lost, but I can stand tall. Through the sweat and tears, thinking that there's nowhere I could turn. Took me long enough to see what I was worth. I can still put up a fight. I can make it through the battle. I can see a better day. It's my heart that I will follow. I know I can't let what people say get me down. I am powerful. I'm not afraid to shout. I am changing. I am changing. I am changing. I am changing. Need to put the girl behind me and face the woman that I am right now. 'Cause I know I'm on a journey, and I'll love my body somehow. I know it's been quite some time. I put my needs first. I know who I am. I stand before you. I am changing. I am changing. I am changing. Ooh, I am changing. I am changing. Yeah, yeah. I am changing. No, I am changing. Ooh, I am changing. Yeah.